Hey, what's going on? Let me but I'm not gonna be long with this. Um I wanna have a debacle of shit that I saw on that that shit that I saw last night. Um it was crazy. But I know a lot of women they go over towards that woman's panel, Cynthia G. Um I've had discussions with her. I've debated with her. Yeah, she's on a mission. She's on a gender war mission. She's on an agenda war mission. I think Stacey Dash or whoever would be proud of her uh, by far. I question any woman or any man that has an agenda for all these agenda or gender wars. Um, and it amazes me. Even I even questioned Umar when he was calling a trans person a woman or a queen. That just shows you how far these blacks are falling. I don't think she. Yes, it is. She has an agenda. They all run an agenda. So why is it? So why is all her content about that of black men? See, I think the thing about it is, some women have unbounded loyalty towards whatever type of agenda, because then they would actually know that they would run out of certain type of profit. You had it literally with two guys on there who actually like black women were getting told and talked down on by black women in a I think the trans was probably the neutral thing or the neutral person. That was crazy. It makes, yes, you're right, hard work. The gender war for black folks, it makes money. Actually, just the gender war in general just makes money. That's how she makes money. She makes money by having this type of talking point. They had no smoke. They were calling the trans queen, black woman talking shit to the black man. If that didn't show you just how fucked up, the black dudes who were kissing ass to the black woman, after a while, they started getting tired of the shit and started actually saying, yo, like, fuck these broads. Like, you can't make this shit up, man. You can't make this shit up. I'll tell you right now, like, these people are getting paid to do this type of shit, man. That woman is the devil. Is a devil, not the devil. Is a devil. She is honestly worse than Kevin Samuels. If y'all say Kevin Samuels was bad, this woman must be fucking Satan. This woman is definitely Satan. Like I said, she's self-hate by herself. Now, like I said, you have to wonder. And as I watched that doggone talk, uh it was cringy. I was like, yo, I can't watch this goddamn circus of goddamn clowns and monkeys throw shit at each other and stuff. And I know, yeah, oh, black person call him. Yeah, you know what? Honestly, y'all black people, I mean, honestly, I'm still waiting for that of a woman to say some shit about Cynthia G, about how the way she was talking reckless. I don't know if y'all say y'all want black men to love the black woman, but then y'all ain't gonna say shit about the broad that was on there that was talking shit about black men that actually are married to black women. I think sometimes you gotta know when to pick your battles or some shit. They ain't had no smoke for the goddamn tranny. You know, the trans up there that was literally pretending to be like y'all. But then again, I forgot. Y'all, after P Valley and every other fucking goddamn show, y'all motherfuckers done co-signed them and all y'all shit. So she's an op. I'm gonna tell you right now, she's an op. Hang on. She's an op. I know the women that go on her channel, the safe, the hate space, and not a safe space, a hate space for women. It's a hate space for vitriol, evil women and men. Men that have daddy issues, they're gay or down low, or pretty much that they just have no type of respect for that of their own type of people, or whatever their people is. Um, it's no secret, man. She was more favorable of the men that are in the streets doing crime and violence and all types of atrocities. And I would question that of why would what was the main agenda? What was the agenda to bring women on a panel, not to talk about solution based, but to bring up nothing but vitriol and spew venom on men that were literally trying to talk about how y'all could get y'all shit together? Why would you bring a woman on a panel that wanted women to start killing their fetuses, especially if the fetus was a boy? Why would you even want to bring that type of woman on the panel? Hmm? So all y'all women who love your sons, she told y'all that y'all should have killed that fetus. Why would you even want that type of woman? I would ask the question to all the women that have a man in their life: why are you silent about her? Y'all said y'all wanted. Kevin Samuel's message was dangerous. So what is her message? What's going on, Angelic? What honestly is the message that she's telling y'all? That woman has nothing positive to say. I can find more content about men that have actually gone more to bat for black women than she has ever said good about a black man. Like I said, man, like that woman is evil. I'm not going to say nothing violent about her, but all she looks for is to talk about hateful shit. It amazes me as much as they got rid of Andrew Tate, but they've never touched her. That's how you know she's on a protective class of YouTube. Hate speech like her is kept on YouTube. You know why? Because honestly, it generates a profit of money. I don't know what the men were thinking on. It's like, yeah, I agree. It's it amazes me, and I have to ask the three people, O'Shea, Angry Man, and Obsidian, what were y'all thinking when y'all were trying to fuck with that woman? Because y'all didn't mind having her around. Oh no, she didn't get like. I'm starting to understand this gender war prophet shit. These people are liking this type of shit. I had the question. Shout out. What's up, Sexy Red? LaShawn. Shout out to my big homie, Mo, Reese, Doke. This woman gets on and spews nothing but venom about that of her own people. But that's funny. Y'all say, and you see, you'll say, if that's the case, then y'all should have kept Andrew Tate online. That's so scary. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're right about that, LaShawn. That's not hate speech to those women. It's therapy. See, it's therapy to them because they can say, she can say what they actually want to say. Fuck trying to make shit work. Fuck actually trying to work towards a bigger progress. See, at this thing, y'all wonder why y'all are starting to get these passport bros. You wonder why you're getting these certain type of men that are coming up saying fuck y'all and all that shit. Well, I'll say, well, tell you what, you want us to get rid of those type of guys? Get rid of that bitch. How about we start trading out the goddamn cancers? But I ain't never heard some of these people get on and start this type of shit. I mean, y'all can say whatever y'all want about Umar, but Umar was being very patient. That other brother, they were being very patient for the shit she was throwing at them. I don't get it. Why do y'all keep grabbing the broad? Y'all keep grabbing these vitriol broads. Then it doesn't make it any better. It was a dark-skinned woman up there literally saying stupid shit about black men. And I'm like, hold up, bro. Ain't you talking about body positivity and people should accept you for who you are? But nigga, you talking shit and you just as dark as Umar? And the moderator, she wasn't worth a fuck. Y'all ain't had no smoke for that woman that was twerking for them LGBTQ people. Y'all ain't had no smoke for no Sukiyana. Y'all ain't had no smoke for these fucking webcam girls. You ain't had no smoke for no fucking goddamn Black China and shit. But y'all telling me Cynthia G is the goddamn go-to goat for y'all motherfuckers? Man, y'all done fucked up, man. God damn. Y'all want to put Cardi B on the goddamn platform. Cardi B says less bullshit about black men than this bitch. Honestly, I would rather have a Cardi B speak for black women than y'all. I would rather, if that's honestly where the message is going, I would take a Cardi B. The fact that they called the Cynthia G on that platform to have that conversation, y'all, I could tell there is an agenda of a war prophet that doesn't. It means no good. It means no good. I get y'all say y'all pass on that. So what's the difference? Y'all say y'all don't want Cardi B, the Latina girl, to talk. Then she says dumb shit. What tell me what does Cynthia G tell y'all? Tell me what helpful information has that bitch told y'all? She talks about systemic white supremacy when more women have used affirmative action. When y'all brag about your education, that's systemic. That's a systemic program. It's affirmative action. So how are you complaining about something that you are using to get a lateral come up? No, I agree. You can't say, black men, you are the problem. There's a 3-to-1 ratio. That woman spoke nothing but goddamn hate speech and doggone talk derogatory to married men. That's all she did was talk shit about married men. That's crazy. You will talk about men that are in a relationship with black women and talk down on them. How does that work? Now, here's the thing. That's you brought up a good point. You brought up a good point. She's not the voice of all women. Then why bring her up there? Why would you bring up a static voice on a solution based conversation? Please help me understand that. Why would you bring up a chaotic voice on what's supposed to be a conversation? That blows my mind. If she's not the voice of all women, then why bring up that type of voice anyway? Why bring up the voice that talked about death, make black male fetuses a thing? What type of fuck shit is that? And you have some men that are goofy enough and fuck boys and fuck clowns of the universe that actually were agreeing with her. You can't make this shit up, man. I thought she was part of the show. Oh fuck no! Listen. I would never have a woman that pushes nothing but evil messagery out there on people. I would never have her around. Hang on. Let me see this. That wouldn't make no sense to me. Mind you, I'm not for Supreme Court white women affirmative action. No, so okay, you want if you would bring that up about the Supreme Court and white women, you if y'all would bring that up, but who benefits more from affirmative action in our community? Who benefits more? See, I'm not trying to do that gender war shit, but I do have to call the bullshit. Who gets more access to the resources? And I know it's gonna be like, well, that's just a black man bitching and complaining. So what was going on that panel? Yes, that is true. Black women are a double minority. It's always cool when it's something of, hmm, that person is getting a win. And it's funny that you try that literally it was a bang against men that literally I'm gonna tell you right now, Umar Johnson and that other dude were simps, but literally that day, if simps get punched and kicked hard enough, they start to actually fight back. I mean, Omar, I'm not gonna lie, you kind of took a punch to the nuts when you was calling that tranny a queen. But I understand you got to do what you got to do. If you got to call the tranny a queen, you should have called Cynthia D a bitch. And that's questionable that they had that on. Like, ain't nobody having smoke for that. But then again, I get it. And you know what? Honestly, now the black community is the most goddamn chaotic universe in all the pantheon. Like, the motherfuckers literally don't even know. Like, they'll sit the enemy at the table and literally and you know what's bad? The goddamn tranny was agreeing with the black men. That's how crazy the shit was. That's how crazy it was. You know some shit when the goddamn trannies, as much as they be saying that they always under attack, are agreeing with the black men. Like, goddamn, bitch, like, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? That's crazy. Maybe some goddamn testosterone started kicking in for that bro. Like, like that maybe I don't know. Maybe I don't know, man. Like, that dude probably had a goddamn epiphany. Like, damn, like, did I join the right shit? Hang on, I sent you the link to your Facebook. Now I got a question. It's a debate for the taking. Slaughterhouse. Yep, go ahead. Black America has more respect for gays than straight men. I would honestly say yes. I would honestly make an onus of a. That's honestly a very valid point. I feel a gay man or a gay person would get more respect in the black community than a black man at this point. Y'all gonna have a hard time telling me that shit ain't true. Like, honestly, yeah. A heterosexual black man? How dare you? Gay black man? Yay. Welcome. They'll get that motherfucker a goddamn standing ovation. You can't make this shit up. Y'all can't say, well, what are y'all black men gonna do? I'll say, well, I don't know what honestly do you want us to do with black women like that? Ain't I mean, it's crazy. She attacked the divestment women. Women who were just divesting out. I think they all fell into it. Like, you gotta understand, that woman just likes making money on YouTube. Like, that woman just makes money on YouTube. That's honestly her main stake and goal is to make money. It ain't for shit else. If God took out Kevin Samuels, God, you need to also take that bitch too. God damn. That's crazy. Why do we keep the people around that like doing all the chaos and shit? They get more in respects of affirmative action than heterosexual folks. We should be able to agree to that. Where am I wrong? Y'all can't say I'm wrong for that. God, you gonna have to start getting better with your accuracy, man. You took Kevin Samuel, should have took that one too. That should have been goddamn, I don't know, hit her with coffee, had a Final Destination, had a cat jump out of a tree and make her run. I don't know. Shit. What blood sacrifice I gotta do? I don't get fucked out. Oh man, I don't wish no death upon him. No, I do. I don't give a fuck. I don't got no empathy like some of y'all do. Some voices don't need to be heard. Y'all want every other fucking crazy ass motherfucker to come up and do all kind of shit and say all kind of crazy shit, man. There's no end game towards this shit. Now y'all saying y'all don't want there to be um some type of violence, but how is she helping? What's up, LaShawn? How you doing, man?
Here's the problem, and I'm gonna ask you a quick question. If black men have no allies, then why are black women not being allies and bitching about how we should help them and they're not helping us? That's the real thing. If we don't have allies, but you want allies, but you won't be an ally, who the fuck we count on? We can't count on you. You clearly made that sure and positive, and you keep on pushing the narrative. So what do we do? What do we do, BM? Anybody on the panel ask, like, this is a real question, because you know what? In the shame of it is, in 2022, we still a nigger in slavery. And we don't get no government aid. We don't get no positive reinforcement. And we just get left on the side of the fucking road. And then they just bitch at us because we ain't did it. But I'm like, damn, didn't you raise some kids? Didn't you make your sons better than me? Nope. Then why is it everybody else's fault to fix up what the fuck you should fix? That's wrong with black men. You got black boys and you don't fix shit. Is that not on the table? Go ahead, gentlemen. Y'all got the floor.
Now I'm gonna say this. You know, hang on. We got somebody. We got AB and we got Creative Solutions. AB, go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I gotta go back over the video because I think I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do this myself. Right. I'm not surprised Cynthia says anything now. She is who she is. I try not to let it bother me. But one of the reasons I'm going over the video is because Umar Johnson, although he did give some pushback, proved in that video why I call him the Pander African. I call him the Pander African for a reason. I'm just saying, but yeah, Cynthia's going to say what Cynthia says. I'm so used to it now. I just whenever she starts talking, here's what goes in my head. That's all I hear.
Can I ask you something? And I know what your point is. Why Cynthia G ain't raising a son to be the best damn man in the next generation? But she bitching about the next man she ain't gonna raise for the next generation. Ain't that what Cynthia G doing? And I think that's on your point, sir.
Okay. We'll join here.
Go ahead.
I think go ahead, Create a Solution.
Okay, so I agree with AB Media. It's like, have you guys watched her videos? You already know what content she does. You already know what she's gonna say. So why would you ask a person like that, to come on the panel and you're praying for her to be reasonable? She's not gonna be reasonable. Because I was watching I was watching it and I couldn't even sit there and watch it for like 30 minutes because every time Umar Johnson says a couple of words out his mouth, Cynthia G comes out of nowhere and like cuts him at the knees. And it's just like, wow. It's like you can't really have a conversation if somebody's not going to actually listen to you. It's
Can
like.
I ask y'all a quick question? Does Cynthia G have a son she's raising presently right now?
I don't know. That's her business.
I don't know.
I heard it was a
girl. Well, the dude that she North Carolina with, I think that's a son. And if that's her son, then what the hell is she raising? And then bitching about what the hell we should be doing for the community. She got a son. At the look, we don't know yet. I'm just throwing it out as hearsay in theory. But if that kid turns out to be a son, and she talking this much crap, and she ain't raising a son that should, that is a big problem, and that don't have to apply to her. How many women is doing this talking point and got sons, and their sons won't be nothing because they don't give a damn about their sons?
So, LaShawn, that's not a lot of women. That's probably like a handful of women who's doing that because no
You
woman.
can go ahead and get the mathematical thing, but
I'm
the
just
damn thing
saying, it's
is
not
that a
no.
lot of math. Look right now, right
That is not
now.
true.
We
That is
is
so
sitting there
not
having
true.
people flipping the hell out in 2022. Do not give them God, and they believe and they go to church and they believe in Jesus stuff, or Muslims, Islamics, Buddhism, or any religion, because these people is flipping out across the globe. There ain't one nation flipping out. It's a buttload of nations flipping out. And I hope you watch the news because that you can Google this. Look, there's governments being overthrown and they don't even have an option. And they just got flooded. Look, I'm telling you right now, this isn't America. You got to realize there's a whole bunch of people that want to put a foot in America's ass while America's putting a foot in your ass as a citizen. So you gotta think beyond the borders. Okay?
Okay,
You gotta
so
think beyond the borders while you safe in yours. You don't know
Sean,
how
let her finish.
look, sometimes the cows think they safe, and then the day they get butchered, they put their head in there, they eat the food, and then a chainsaw go across their neck. You never know what the heck you're gonna be in if you trust too many people and don't trust yourself with your protection of your life. That's a fact. Because there's governments and everything else. They got coups, they got dictatorships and all that extra stuff. Look, if you don't pay attention to the world, you might happen to lose your freedom and your joy of what you used to have in the place you call home.
What's going on,
You
Shannon?
ain't
What's
got
up,
no
bro?
black man saving you. Guess what you
What's up,
didn't do?
BMT?
You
Can
didn't
you hear me?
secure the property
Yeah.
We can
and the
hear you.
security of America because a good black man would have kept you safe if you're a woman worth keeping safe.
Okay. What's going
yeah,
on,
I don't
Shannon?
know.
I
Where
mean, you
you
can't
going with
can't blame
this?
nobody when you keep
Like, what is
messing with the
this?
wrong
Nobody's
We got
dudes
blaming
and
we got to
anybody.
keep
pass it
messing
on,
with the wrong
LaShawn.
women.
LaShawn.
Look,
LaShawn.
Like, what
We
if
is
got to
I
he
pass
mess
it on.
with the
saying?
wrong women, that's my fault. If you
Okay,
mess with the wrong
LaShawn.
dude, that's your fault. You don't
We
be
got to pass
sitting
it
there
on.
saying I'm more at fault because you keep picking the wrong dude and
LaShawn.
stuff, and I keep
Oh
LaShawn.
my
picking the
God.
wrong women, but I keep if
Okay, go ahead, Shannon. Go ahead. I only got so much time.
Okay. Oh, well, let me hurry up then. Um, as far as Cynthia G, she's the manosphere supervillain. So
Yep, I agree.
Pretty
that
much.
I agree.
that's that's all she is. Her
I
talking
mean
points
honestly,
were
look, people get pissed off about their
LaShawn.
exes.
LaShawn.
Look, can I
Damn.
finish my point real quick, sir?
No,
No.
It was
LaShawn,
simple. I
bro.
Nobody
wasn't
can finish
attacking
your point because
anybody.
you keep talking.
No,
But
I am talking too. Can I finish my point, please? It's
Oh
not
my
LaShawn, we only
God.
got so much
malicious, nothing.
time.
Look, this is a simple thing. Let me just finish this one sentence, please, and I'm done. I'll put myself on mute. Most people are pissed off at their exes because they're happy, and they're not happy with them. And then they go ahead and go out their way to make their life a living piece of pile of crap. And that's what most of the people is going through right now. And most of the people are going through before whatever the hell happened that made everybody freak the hell out. And that's the truth. And nobody
Okay.
got no common sense and nobody got no damn security. And everybody's trying to grab at everything. Right now, that's what 2022 is. My sentence is over with. Y'all got the floor. Thank you very much for letting me finish my point. Thank you.
You're welcome. Reading this comment, I just commented about this on FD Signifier's Black Man Spirit video. Women who claim they love black men and are anti-divestors and anti-Cynthia are for traditional marriage, etc. When a black man gets those women mad, They say egregious, hateful stuff. Anyway, Tom Bomb, see what that's they call y'all bullet bags or damn. And that's why they cheer when cops gun y'all. That is scary. But then again, I've actually heard their side actually cheer about black men being shot. I don't see the same sentiment like that, or even like a huge echo for a woman being shot. I really don't. I don't see that for a woman being gunned down or anything like that. Um, I just got to be honest about this shit, man. Like, I agree with you, Shannon. She's a needed, necessary evil for certain
Yes.
people. If they don't
Yep.
have her, they don't have nothing to. I think that's why they keep her around. They try to
Yes.
keep her around.
Yes.
Go ahead.
That's what she's
Go
for.
ahead, Shannon. Go ahead, Shannon.
Okay.
Women own guns too, and women shoot women. Okay,
Hey,
that's
Sean.
gun
Hey, Sean.
violence
Hey,
too.
Sean. We get that. Go ahead. Go ahead, Shannon.
Yeah. But that was my point. Cynthia G is the Manosphere supervillain, so she makes a lot of people relevant with her talking points. Umar Johnson and that other guy, I know him from. He's from Craig Fact's show. I seen him on Corey Holcomb's show too.
Yeah,
They
I never
actually
seen him
did.
before.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
he's not new at all. They did a horrible job against Cynthia G. I'm just gonna put that out there. They actually proved her talking points right, which her talking points ain't nothing more than Manosphere talking points with the gender switched. So you have
Right.
to be careful of that. When you engage her, that's what she's gonna do, and she will set a fire to you. So people are really arguing against their own points, but she just switches the genders. They have to come with something else. So if you want to battle
Yeah.
Cynthia G, you have to talk about something else. Like she's just gonna switch the genders around and
Mm.
tell you the same talking point to your face. And sometimes, especially when you're like pro-black, it's gonna crumble.
Oh yes.
Because pro-black, it's I don't know what to call it. It's not pro-black. It's just goofiness. It's really gender war masked as pro-black, but it's not. It really don't have nothing to do with black people. It's just a bunch of gibble gobble.
I call them pander Africans because all they do is pander
Right.
for pussy.
Yeah.
That's
yeah,
why I call them
it's
panders Africans.
that.
That's all they're doing is pandering
But
to get
honestly,
some women's straw. Go ahead.
I debated Cynthia G years ago, and that was on Irene Yvette's channel. It was
Oh, she's
me.
another one.
Yeah, and it was me versus Irene and Cynthia G. Only way I definitely beat them is because we were having a military and structural debate. So you
Something they know
understand
nothing
me?
about.
Correct. So even if them trying to use, well, what are you black men going to do? And I'm like, well,
Right.
let's talk structural building.
Mm-hmm.
Even if y'all, let's say if y'all were to take out the powers that be, let's say y'all were to get rid of white people, who are y'all going to deal with outside of the country? Like, so at that point, you kind of don't have no don't use the white man's allies when you do your trade
Exactly.
embargoes. That would literally
Yeah.
take out 90% of the 99% of your trade allies because they deal
Right.
with everybody. So now who you fucking dealing with? Well, we can deal with just ourselves. That's bullshit. You can't just deal with yourself. That's
a lie.
impossible, especially in humanity. So anything you're trying to talk about some hierarchy of supremacy, you're going to have to deal with the other multifaceted groups. Like I said, the Batman can't be Batman without the Joker. He needs the
That's
Joker. That's why he never,
Exactly.
that's why he
Yes.
never kills. That's why he never kills that motherfucker.
That's
Because
why he
needs
never
that.
killed him.
He never. And so at this point, I'm telling you right now, like I understand why they brought her there. Like, oh, if she's not gonna like, you're never gonna put a Cynthia G. She knows where she can go. She's never gonna go to a. If it was an engineer panel, talk about how can we rebuild a town, a black town. That broad couldn't go on that fucking panel. She couldn't go on that panel, but she would have
right
no.
history. She couldn't go on the right history panel either. Keep going.
She couldn't go on the history panel. She couldn't go on the medical panel. They literally, she can only go on a divestment or gender baiting panel.
Oh,
Because
and pro-black channel. She can destroy that because she was a pro-black. So
Right.
True.
So
she knows all the
True.
talking points.
so she can only go to
Honestly,
motherfuckers
the
that believe in her bullshit.
transsexuals Maverick and Cynthia G was Goose hitting her head on that goddamn windshield and she dead because honestly
Oh
that
dear.
that thing flipped it on Cynthia G and Cynthia G don't realize she's Goose right now in 2022. Do y'all think maybe because honestly I think that's the new wave. They don't care about Cynthia G and her wig or her whatever the hell she got glued to her forehead, super glued. I mean, she's
Uh,
old. She's
let's just say
talking
this
points, and she
honestly.
keeps sleeping with
I'm gonna be
men
honest, but I can
that
give a
she
shit who she's
called
sleeping with.
niggas, and
I don't care who
then
she's sleeping with.
she
It's
blamed.
Neither do I.
I don't care. I don't care what she's sleeping with. But I'm gonna be for real. I couldn't tell them between a trans and Cynthia G. They both look honestly the fucking same to me at this point. So I don't see no difference anymore.
Totally agree.
They both wear makeup and wigs and shit. That's
Is it?
her preference. Now if she's gay, a lesbian, which I have my options of think she is bisexual or some shit. I think she is out
Don't
there.
really care.
That I could honestly give a flipping fuck.
Mm-hmm.
I just think that literally this broad, she was sent there on an agenda. Like
Yep.
one, she's a shock
She
jock.
was.
She was a shock jock. So she was sent there just like Shannon. I agree with you and AB and creative and y'all, what y'all saying. I think that was her main agenda. Go there, start some chaos, start some fuck shit, and I'm going to get people to be talking about me. Click on me.
BMT.
Like
Only thing I'm
Andrew,
asking you is,
Tate shit.
do you see Cynthia G is Goose, and she's not the Maverick no more? She
No, she's
gonna
definitely
bust her neck on the
She was never a
goddamn
Maverick.
shield of the windshield when she ejects out her seat. She gonna break her neck. She ain't the Maverick no more.
I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why. Literally, Cynthia G has a protective barrier of women and men that will, no matter what type of shit she do, they will protect her ass. Even hell, I'll tell you right now, even men in the manosphere will protect her. Why? Because if they don't have her, then they don't have nothing else to talk about. Like I said, a lot of their shit is about goddamn gender war. There are men, believe it or not, that actually want constructive families in society. There are women, believe it or not, in these spaces that want constructive family in society.
Agreed.
That bitch can't function in that type of shit. Some people need to go to a trap house chaos club to get their fuck shit on. They can't do it in a functional, mature adult setting. They have to go to the fuck shit. They need their fix. That's how she thinks. I know that archetype of a type of stripper or bitch like her. You gotta just they like
BMT. We both South Carolina made. All right. I moved here, but you know most of my family's from here. So the thing is, we don't even have to get on the internet to have a gender war in South Carolina with these women.
Yeah, I agree with you, Ruby. She don't need to protect. Like, you know, the thing about it is when she done. Listen, what's scary is there are people like her and men. No matter how much they fuck up and get caught up in their fuck shit, there will always be a forgiving nigga factor that will always take them back in. They can get caught fucking and sucking and nobody give a fine fuck. We really don't care. Mm-hmm. We don't care. So
is it BMT? Is it BMT? Is it me or is she starting to look like a white girl?
I would not be surprised if she bleaches her skin probably later on down the line.
No, she's bleaching. She's bleaching. She is bleaching.
If she bleaches, she gonna do that shit. I agree.
Doing beauty tips on her other damn channel on some odd ass shit. Yeah, she doing beauty tips on how to bleach your skin.
So I do not. I agree with you, creative. The only way you can beat her is like how you beat Freddy Krueger. You got to just stop believing in them and stop fucking with them. As long as y'all gonna be able to beat
she's already beaten. She's already beaten. She's just trying to grab at straws and hope a nigga pull her ass up. That's all she doing.
I'm gonna tell y'all why she can't be beaten. The reason why she can't be beaten is because you would have to get rid of this space to beat her. See, that's something that they ain't gonna do. You
Uh-oh.
can't beat her
Give up
because
on the space she's in, and she's beaten.
That's facts.
no, no,
No, wait, well,
no.
yeah, what BMT is saying
You
is facts
stop giving a
because
damn about her.
No,
Nobody
no,
give a
finish that
damn about her.
BMT.
That's the
You're
worst
on the right
goddamn
track.
fear of a winning woman. Nobody give a damn about me as a woman.
No, she's
Period.
literally,
That's done.
she's literally. It's like y'all think. Listen, bro. Like she can't exist unless this space exists. Unless listen, she has to have. Like I said, it's a parasitic symbiotic bond, like Venom
Yes.
and Brock. You have to have. But I know it sucks, but so long as y'all can have a male space, then Cynthia G has to have a space. Cynthia
Yes.
G does not
DMT, she
does
got
not exist.
pregnant in her
Common
car
players
and
can't
she
exist.
drove all the
Like
way from California.
that, but then you're gonna have to bring out the dudes who talk about traveling to go get pussy. She traveling to go
Uh-oh.
get dick. So if
Uh-oh.
you gonna call her, then you would have to go get them. And that's the thing what I'm
Oops.
saying. Like, and I mean, everybody could do whatever the fuck they want to do with their money. That's you. I'm saying this broad is literally she can only go to Pan-African, pro-black, nigga shit talking points because that's her fucking hard on dildo. She don't got
There it
that
is.
shit. The bitch don't got shit else to go on. That's why I
There
said,
it
like,
is.
bitch you'll never gonna hear this bitch talk about family or about how, hey men, hey women, y'all shit could work this shit out. No. She need hell, even when she had a guard dog man, she still needed the fuck shit to get her heart off on. Like, y'all can't listen, bro. Y'all gotta
She
understand.
got a bachelor degree in therapy. Now she
No,
don't have a
she don't got
doctorate,
that.
so
She doesn't
she
even
ain't a
have a degree.
therapist, but she
She
could at
does not have a
least
degree.
try to calm her shit down. At least she's got a
Oh
bachelor
boy.
in therapy. Since she bragging about it so much, you can't figure out your goddamn common sense, goddamn
I gotta
fuck
go.
up situation that you keep putting yourself up, and you super gluing. No, you gorilla gluing your shit to your head.
What's going
That's what
what's
you're
going on,
doing.
sir? What's going on, conservative?
BMT, I'll catch you later.
Hey, what up?
Oh, what's going on, sir? Go ahead and rock, bro.
I had to step away for a minute, so I'm not even sure where the conversation is right now. But let me just throw this out there. I'm not even mad at Cynthia G because, like, you know me, like I've been kind of anti-pro black for a while, and it's not that I got anything against black people or nothing stupid like that. It's just I don't like the politics of it. I don't like the lies and the gaslighting. And Cynthia G kind of called him out on that shit. And maybe it will take somebody like a Sinji to spark this energy where she's basically like, look, y'all niggas need to stop using this racism shit as an excuse. Now, to be fair, she wants to keep all the racism oppression for herself. So, only black women are really victims here. So, you're gonna have to deal with that anyway. But I did like that whole element of it where like she kind of destroyed the pro-black arguments, bro. Like just
Yep.
fuck pro-blackness. You niggas ain't oppressed. I'm oppressed. Fuck you. Like, yo, that shit was lit. I like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I respect what you're saying, and you're 100%. But the problem is, Cynthia G is co-signing a transsexual that used to be a dude that's sitting there busting our balls about how he ain't fixing black men's respect and the image and our community level, and then he cut off his penis, and then Cynthia G don't realize, you just opened a big ass door for his ass that used to be a dude that's doing the shit that you saying we doing, but now he taking all your shit because he a triple minority or she's a triple minority. I'm not sure which way it is, but technically,
Just use they. I
legally,
use they.
and government wise, all these senators and congressmen and state people want to get votes and stuff, and they keep voting on it 80% of the time, and they black women. Go ahead, sister. Well, I guess that's why the Supreme Court justice that got voted on, and she a black woman, don't even know what the fuck black woman is. Well, I guess you about to lose a lot of rights, and she a black woman giving advice. But you didn't see that point coming. But never mind. Go,
Well, I
go,
think that the
go.
thing
Go ahead,
is,
sir. You was 100 on that point, and serious. Basically, that is what it is, and they don't even realize. Damn it, shit, this ain't even Dragonborn shit. This ain't even the HBO special that everybody loves. No, no, no. You ain't hit the ice wall. You done walled your ass because your gay best friend that was a dude, your gay best friend that was a girl, and then you said your gay best friend can remove parts and put parts in there and in there. And then next thing you know, all of a sudden that what is that, section 4 or whatever, writes that all equal parties have a right to sports,
Title IX.
education, all that good stuff. And oh well, women, you just co-signed your shit away
Yeah,
and voted
bro. That's
for it.
why I call it the trans patriarchy. Because if you think
You go
about it,
ahead, sir.
all
Finish your
all
point,
those
because
women.
I was all up in your shit. I just had to say it.
No, no,
I'm sorry.
it's cool. It's cool. I just wanted to jump in what you were saying because that's so true, and it's something I was talking about a lot. Yeah, there is a trans patriarchy out there. There are a bunch of men who are forcing women out of women's spaces. And look, to be fair, okay, go for it because I'm not helping. Listen, I know I can fight off a dude in a dress, but I don't know if she can fight off a dude in a dress, and so I want her to figure that one out.
Yeah, the transgender thing is really not a big issue. That is more in touch with nature, so that'll work itself out. When them well, they already doing it. When them dudes go to knocking them girls out and tackling them and flipping them and all that crap, they'll fix it themselves. So you don't really have to worry about that.
That's
They'll fix that themselves.
gymnastics. That's just gymnastics. She just don't know how to land yet.
That's why I said, listen, let the trans patriarchy do its thing, and these women will get themselves back in the kitchen. It's going to be
Yeah,
real uncomfortable. You know what I'm saying? I don't support men in dresses per se, but I understand that you just sometimes you got to ride the wave back to the beach. That's all it is. So let the trans patriarchy do its thing.
yeah, it'll fix itself. Guarantee you, it'll correct itself. It, I think they already got the dudes that can't compete with the other dudes, so they're going switching their genders and then going to the women and dominating and track and all those different. It'll fix itself, guarantee you. They're not going to be able to last that long, so it's not even
There
a
will
big
be
I
deal.
no
just want to
there
know,
will be
did they
no safe space
cryo it
outside the
just in
kitchen.
case they made a mistake and could put it back in? Did you cryogenic it? Just in case,
No,
science and
no,
technology
no. How
could
about
put it
this?
back just in case you change your mind or something. You know.
You know how like dudes, people who get amputations. Whoa, somebody car door open? You know how like people who get amputations, right? They say they can still like feel the ghost limb. And so I'll just be wondering, like, do you ever feel like your ghost dick down there? Like,
You
do
know
you
what?
ever go to
That's one
pee and
ghost
stand
That
up
whole
by
limb.
image just
That
went in
accident?
is
my head.
one in my limbs. I do not want to be ghosting and having feelings for.
Damn.
I'm serious. You know what? That's my
No,
third leg. If I lose it
no.
from the hip, I'll be like hopping like a motherfucker. I just gotta take a
Yo,
lot of
I was
Viagra.
I was
I'll be
watching
doing that shit. That's what I'm gonna
I
do.
was
That's
watching
what I'm gonna do.
rerun. This is rerun of The Walking Dead. I had caught this one episode just like the other day because that's why it's still fresh in my mind. So it was this old guy. They had to cut his leg off because of like the zombie bit him or whatever. And so him and Rick was having a conversation. He was like, "It's so weird. Like I can still feel my toes. Like look at me, I'm wiggling my toes right now." And so I'm like, "Do trans niggas have that same thing?" Like,
Damn,
bro,
you
this
made
is
me feel
wild.
guilty because I made a joke about Viagra and you know, my leg get cut off at the hip. I gotta take a lot of Viagra and shit. Then you said, I just know a motherfucker that just lost a third leg. Well, goddamn. Now I got to go ahead and yo, bro. I hope you got a lot of Viagra. And you can
I'm
hop that
sorry.
motherfucker like
Sometimes
I play.
Sometimes my mind goes to strange places. Forgive me.
That's the only suggestion I did because I already made the joke, so I already sound like a son of a bitch. So I gotta keep it. I gotta keep it.
Well, it's wild how women they think that they have allies over there. And I mean, I see it's really like a naked power move. It's like a power grab. You're going to try to pick men to stand against, you're going to pick other men to stand against regular men, all right? And I don't know if that's a good way to build the army, but like I said, you let the trans patriarchy do its thing. Your army is going to order 66 you one day. All the trans people are going to turn on the Jedi, and we'll be right back where we started. But we're going to have to get rid of the trans people after that.
Well, they've
That's the
already kind
dark
of
side.
done that.
That's the dark
They've already,
side that they've turned. That's the dark side. That's all
yeah.
it is. Star
Okay,
Wars
Yeah.
lingo.
let me get into the next person. Kenneth, what's going on? I have Kenneth and I have Zer. I gotta get
Yeah.
the pass out. It's not just more than one person on there. Let's go. What's going on? I think I brought up Zer first, and I had Kenneth. What's up, Zer?
Yeah.
Hey, what's going on, BMG?
Yeah. Go ahead, sir. You can go first, man.
All right, so guys have an interesting topic about Cynthia G and her shenanigans.
Yeah, man. So it was pretty much. I'm not sure if you saw the discussion. It was pretty much between her, Umar Johnson. It was a bald dude. It was another black woman and a trans.
Oh
Yes,
yes, I did see that. I did see
and
her and
I'm still going to talk about that too. I'm just talking about I'm knocking out it in three pieces. Now, the Cynthia G shit, that was pretty egregious in a sense because, I mean, damn, it was just, I don't understand the point of Cynthia G anymore. Well, I actually,
I mean well, honestly, she really doesn't have a point. Honestly, her whole thing about going back and forth, like talking about the same thing over and over again, and constantly complaining on the internet about black men because she fucked up. Which really, I mean, look, to be honest, at first she fucked up with like getting pregnant with a fuck boy, and now she's trying to project that shit on all of it, on the rest of us. I mean, that's not really fair. I mean, this goes back to like trying to, like when you hold other people accountable for their actions, like they don't even realize that they're at fault for what they did, and instead they start blaming everybody else. And that's one of my pet peeves that I don't like. And for Cynthia G to like start saying all this crazy shit, like this batshit crazy shit, I would suggest her get off the internet, go find some friends, like friends in real life, not on fucking YouTube, and take the time out to just like acknowledge what you did, if she can. If she's capable of doing that, but it is what it is.
Oh,
Agree.
yeah. Hey, can I get in here or?
Yes, you may.
Go ahead. Yeah. All right. Well, what's up, you guys? Yeah, I actually I'm not the biggest Umar Johnson fan, but I must say I was thoroughly impressed with him and the other guy. I think his name is Dewan or something like that. Both of them. I think they Umar really represented himself well when it came to Cynthia G. I have no respect for Cynthia G and the stuff that she says. First, let me start off with the panel overall. I think it's disturbing that on that panel, other than the one guy, the Dewan guy, because I don't really know his backstory or whatever, but Umar Johnson has a checkered, sordid past. We all know what Cynthia G has been doing, and got end up getting a baby with a dude that got multiple kids, and basically the antithesis of what she's always been talking about with bed butts and all that stuff like that. And then you have a man up there that is literally talking like he's a woman. And I mean, to me, I live in LA. I used to work in Santa Monica for a while. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Those guys that those the transvestites, the men that dress like women, and the women that dress like men. It's funny because you get into an argument with them, right? They got the high voice and trying to talk like a woman. You get them, they will jump back into their masculinity real quick. Their voice will get deep. They'll be in a dress and everything. Their voice will get deep on you. Nigga, I'll kick your ass. I mean, it's the weirdest thing.
women. I don't know if you remember that one girl that I guess got caught, doing something that wanted the PYT hold it down, something like that. Same thing. Looked like she would knock you over the head. When she got arrested, she jumped back into her femininity, start crying and all that stuff like that.
Hey,
I
Kenneth,
mean,
Kenneth,
yeah.
how come we don't consider studs transvestites?
Mm.
You
I
mean
don't
why
know. That's
don't
a good
men? Hi,
question.
everybody. I'm new to the party. Why don't
Hello,
men
man.
consider studs transvestites?
That's why I'm
Women
asking the
do.
question.
Nah,
Yeah,
because
because I'm like, y'all
a
all
stud will
trans to
still
me.
fuck a man. A stud will still fuck a man. They don't
That's
consider.
not the point, BMT. If a man were to behave the
Men
way
don't
studs
consider
behave,
studs a men
Well,
if he's fucking them.
well, I
oh,
acknowledge
that's
both
a
of them.
problem.
I acknowledge both sides. I just think it's disrespectful for him. And I've seen these kind of conversations before. No man can talk and speak on the woman on the feminine experience as if they're a woman. They
I didn't
can't.
get that. I didn't understand that.
Yes, but we can have feminine women that gave us examples of why she ain't feminine.
Say how so? I don't get it.
I
There
don't
are
get.
women that will give examples to a man that when we know she ain't being feminine, we got an example lifelong that was. We can do that. That
You
you
know,
can't take that from us if we got feminine women that taught us how a woman should be feminine, and she ain't that. And the problem is a lot of women that ain't feminine teaching their kids, and then when you ain't the father, you ain't the DNA, and you ain't the reason. And tell you the truth,
Okay, that now I don't.
over
Lason,
60% of
Lason,
men
I don't know
are
what you're talking about.
childless. Period.
Yeah,
Just
well,
over
but
60%. Now there's a greater
I'm not
number,
believing that
but
stuff.
I'm
Lason,
just giving
I
you
don't know what you're talking about now.
60%, and you're gonna say something that's gonna spin that shit around, saying
We don't.
about how niggas ain't doing shit. Well, then the niggas she fucking, cause she keep picking niggas,
We,
just
we
like
don't. We
Cynthia
don't
G keep
care
picking
about that.
niggas.
We don't
Don't
care
be
about.
blaming me because Cynthia G got to a truck stop and it's
What?
my fault. Man, don't do that. Don't do that to nobody.
We don't know.
That's
Come on,
that. That's
man.
that
What?
You
self-projecting
doing that
shit
to
there.
yourself. If you're gonna say Cynthia G can go to this truck stop and hump this dude, she can do the same to you. And that ain't how you roll. Don't do that to everybody else
Man,
too.
man, don't.
I,
Exactly.
Man,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, you have
well,
men that
yeah,
sit up there and
uh,
say that the problem with black women is we will let any guy fuck us. We are down there with Ray Ray and them. Ray Ray and them getting all the nookie. Y'all ain't getting none. And you're blaming women for Ray Ray
yeah,
taking the opportunity. You know, you say
just
a shut mouth won't get fed. If you're not asking, you're not getting it. So maybe you think the woman is too hood rat or too educated or too this. There's something wrong with the woman. Therefore, you're not asking her to meet your needs because she has too many kids. One thing about a woman with kids, you know she's a real woman. You know she's using her body for what
oh, that is
female
such a
bodies are
low
designed
bar.
for.
We done lowered the
It
bar
is what
down
it
into the
is.
gutter.
But is
I
that
mean,
a
I'm
lie,
not
David?
well,
I'm
no,
not
but
That,
she's
recommending that.
right
no,
I'm
no,
though.
just
that's a
Yeah.
saying.
lie, David. Niggas will fuck a
But you
broad with
know what?
kids.
But hold on. But she's right. I mean, you know what? In this climate, I mean, I'm gonna tell you when I first tuned into the show, looking at that dude on there. I mean, I got a good look. I'm like, is that a man? Right? But I mean, without like really, really looking, he's not a bad look. He doesn't present himself as a bad looking woman. You know. But and there's a lot of women like that. I play these tricks. You can go pull up some of these people, these men that dress like women. I guarantee you couldn't pick them out. So she's right. I mean, unfortunately, that's where we at in our society. There are situations where the only way really that a person is actually a female is the fact that they've reproduced children. They've had children.
I got a
So
question, Elio. I got a question. Like, will there ever be a point in time where we just all stop gossiping and actually do something, to better ourselves?
no,
I mean, not like no offense.
no.
I think we do, and we do, but it depends on your form of entertainment. that
There you
if
go.
you're sitting up there, will there ever become a time when Black people start listening to country music? Yes. Charlie Pride. Black people have listened to Charlie Pride. I mean, it just depends on your particular. Is country music going to be the most popular music among Black people? I mean, there's Chance the rapper. I think he's sexy as hell. I love his music.
Country
But
music
most
kind of
people,
like blues, so it's kind of popular with black and white.
I
hmm
think that the
I
question
mean,
is a little
Chance the
bit out of
rapper,
place. I think
Chance,
because listen, this is a talk space. Like YouTube is about unless you're playing, unless your channel is like music videos, YouTube is kind of a place that people just come and talk about whatever. And so, like the whole, getting yourself together thing, as much as I support it, the problem with like throwing it out there like that, like, bro, that's an individual path. Like, you should be doing that before you get on YouTube to talk shit.
This is how
I
it
mean,
starts,
I'm
sir.
not talking shit.
You notice no
That's
one's
not me.
sitting there calling you
No, I'm not saying you're
crazy, no one's
talking shit.
calling
I'm
you
Well,
saying
an
people
N
on YouTube
word,
talk
and no
shit.
one's
no.
disrespecting what you're saying. That's how it starts. We got to start somewhere. We got to be nice to each other at a small event with people that is like mine and not disrespectful. Then we can make it bigger. We're trying to rebuild something that we ain't rebuilt in God knows how long. And I agree with you. You are absolutely right. And you're not wrong. But you see, you're having a conversation with people that are listening and responding to what you're saying intelligently. Let us respect you because we're listening.
but one of the
Understood.
things that I've noticed when you talk about the gender gap, when you talk about the racial gaps, those people that are pushing the racial gap, that are pushing the agenda gap, period. Excuse me, the gender gap. They are targeting specific laws that they want to see changed. And they're trying to build up the momentum so that those laws can be changed or new laws put on the books or old laws stricken from the books. But if the only thing you're sitting up there saying is, why don't we get to the point where women are not looking for the guy with the most money in his pocket?
Well,
Those
see,
aren't
I don't
those
think
That or
people are
what?
conversations.
asking for that.
There are some men that they start out with, why you women want men with money? Well, wouldn't
Hmm.
you?
I
I
mean,
mean, I'm sure that if
ac-
any given man had a choice of being with a beautiful woman that was beautiful face, beautiful body, and rich as hell, they'd probably try to choose her. There may be other pertinent factors, but she would damn sure have a running. She'd be in the running to be,
well,
his
Michelle,
number one choice.
for women, beauty is their money. And so, like, I think men can respect the simple reality. Men are attracted to beauty and women are attracted to money. And don't get me wrong, women have eyes too. They want men that look good and all that. But the base core of, what men and women are more attracted to what men can do for them. And men are more attracted to what the woman actually is. And so I think most guys can accept that if it's presented in an honest way. The problem I think that men kind of have in this sort of setup is not that women are attracted to whatever they're attracted to. It's like the disingenuousness. There's dishonesty, and then the dishonesty is to further men taking a bad deal. It's like, we're going to lie to you so you can take a bad deal. That's what men are really upset about.
And I think that's on the individual basis, and I think you're right. But do you think Melania Trump would have married Donald Trump if he didn't have that kind of money?
And
And
he
he would
wouldn't have
not have,
married her, right, if she was
Yeah,
ugly.
exactly.
right.
But
He's not going to be
here's
running
what.
around with what is Joe Biden's wife's first name?
Oh
I mean,
gosh, that.
she's not
Jill.
attractive on any level. She's just
well,
not attractive, age considered.
if I could, okay, I think I do think that especially sisters have a propensity to mess with the wrong type of men. I've always maintained that. I mean, I'm hearing what you're
I don't
saying,
think
sister.
so.
But I'll say this: even if the men are not approaching, if you know what the outcome could be when you're messing with criminals and stuff like that, I mean, and I personally, I'm not a criminal. Most of the black men I know don't have a problem approaching women. It just I just don't see how that should never be a viable option. Just because of what you got to go through when you deal with those type of men.
Because the struggle love men have ministers. I posted on my page. Struggle love men have ministers that say, if she's not there for you, if she's not attracted to you when you're going through the struggle, she's not going to be there for you when you pass the struggle. So if you meet a woman that's attracted to you
What's
because
wrong
you
with that?
already got money, then when your money get funny, she gone. They are
Understood, but
being
what's wrong
taught
with the
that.
first sentiment? What's wrong with men wanting that first thing? Because I think that's kind of the expectation. Like, look, if you have done the work to build yourself into something, it feels weird that people will only mess with you once you're something. So you're going to remember that all those years where nobody was feeling you like that. Now you become hardened, and it's like, all right, well, now I have the power. So why would you expect men to not be that way? I think that the
I
argument was more
think
like,
it's because
okay,
of the dynamic. One, back in the day, I'm
hmm,
just gonna go back in the day. Forgive me. I know we're not there anymore. But back in the day when men could choose their daughters' husbands, men would choose a man with stability. So often times you had a 10, 15, maybe even a 20-year gap because the man wanted his daughter to have financial stability.
Do those men
Whereas
exist
if you
anymore
left a
though?
woman to her own devices, women tended to go for love over practicality.
Right.
So this is an age-old problem. And I said old times because for the majority of our existence as males and females in a society, fathers have picked their daughters' husbands,
Did that ever work though?
practical or not.
worked
But
for a long
daddy,
time actually.
Yeah,
yes,
did
and
they
that's
ever
what I said. The
work though?
majority of human evolution,
Right.
if you were a respectful daughter, you honored the man that your parents picked for your husband
Did that
because
work?
daddy knew best.
Why do you
And
keep
he
asking,
was
did it
not
work? What
going,
makes you think it didn't work?
I
Because
didn't
ain't
say it
nobody
didn't work.
married now.
No,
I've
no, I'm
never
saying no.
said that it did
No,
not work.
not you, Nichelle, not you. The guy who was asking, did it ever work? Because you asked it like 3 or 4 times, and so I'm like, why do you say that though? Because I think that was the pattern, that was the norm for human existence. It's a modern thing for like women to be free and just sleep around whomever they want and maybe marry a guy, maybe not. So I don't understand why you keep asking why did it work or not?
Yeah, you're just looking at the results of it. If it worked, people would still be doing it. It didn't work.
No,
No,
no, I'm not saying that.
no,
People got a different idea in their head. They abandoned what worked. That's what I think is happening. It's
right.
not that the old way didn't work. People just found reasons to not do it. And so now what people are doing now isn't working, in my opinion.
So what
I mean,
they stopped doing
you
what
had,
worked and started doing what didn't work, and didn't
right, you
realize it
had
wasn't
Right.
working.
women. This is relatively new that women said, we believe we have the ability
So
to
this is
pick
the
our
first
own
generation
spouses.
of it not
Pretty
working,
much
or is this the
first,
fourth?
second, maybe
This is like the
third.
third or fourth, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
this
it's
is a
the
couple
third or fourth,
generations
right?
in.
Yeah,
This is a
that's
Right.
new
We're on like
that's the
phenomenon.
point I'm making.
third wave feminism. Hey, listen, I wish we were smarter people, bro. I feel you. I get your cynicism. I
Oh, I
wish
think
we
we're
were
on
all smarter
SKC's
people.
channel discussing this about
I
the
mean,
smartness of black
I'm a
people.
mother who
Um,
has marriageable age daughters.
I'm
Marriageable
not
age
even talking
daughters.
about black people per se. I'm talking about the country, the whole West
Yeah,
as a
exactly.
society. This isn't
yeah,
just black people, bro.
but
I'm
when
a mother. I'm a mother of marriageable
when
age
white people catch
daughters.
a cold, black people
And
get the
yeah,
flu.
we got the flu.
Agreed.
And the
Agreed.
problem is
Okay.
somehow or another, we have told our black women that the idea of arranged marriages is so obsolete that our parents aren't even trying. From this Jewish woman asked me when I was in school, she said, where do black parents send their daughters to meet eligible black men? And I was like, church. But
Oh
then at
man.
church, it was kind of like, you don't come to church with lust in your heart.
Well, there are no men in
Oh,
church no more anyway, so I don't see who you gonna meet there.
I mean,
That's
there
because the
were.
women
I
don't
mean,
come to
this
church
is the
with lust in
'90s.
their heart. You just
You're
that was such
talking
a
the
one-two
'90s.
punch.
You know, you're talking the '90s. I'm a child. I'm Kirk Franklin. I'm a little bit younger than Kirk Franklin. He was the epitome of the black male in the church.
Yeah.
So, you know, I'm going to tell you, my nephew was really good friends with Kirk. And even though, Kirk was, a sanctified man, he had a baby outside of marriage, as the whole world now sees, to try to prove that he was masculine. So, y'all take that. What happened to the X generation with a grain of salt? We
Oh
were,
man.
in one sense, we were taught feminism, but at the same time, we were taught androgyny. I sit back and look and go, we really thought Prince was sexy.
Of course.
Prince, is he like
Yes.
5'4"?
Talk about it.
Yeah, he's
Talk about
short.
it. Tell the truth about our generation. Talk about it. That's
I
what
mean,
my problem with this whole space was that our generation, Generation X, because I know it's a lot of us now. I thought it was just a few. Talk about how we lied to all the kids that are in this space now. Not millennials, because they're pretty much where we're at. I'm talking about there's a big there's a big number of young people that are in this space that came through Kevin Samuels when he blew up. And talk about how we lied to them. Talk about how the whole gay thing is not new.
it's not.
Men dressing like
It's
women
not.
is not new.
And
Relationships not working is not new.
don't forget the other thing that they told women. Men don't care about your body count.
Okay, can
Men
I be
don't
None of
care
it.
honest with
about
you?
your body count.
Generation X
Shit,
just pissed
I'm
off
the
because
youngest
we
on here.
getting blamed, and we the first damn numbers the CDC use of when fathers over 50% wasn't fathers. Look,
I
honestly,
don't
Gen
believe
X is
that.
getting blamed for a lot of shit because Gen X was fucked up. Well, I'll admit
Oh,
that I'm a Gen Xer, okay?
I
But
can tell.
the thing is, most of us died before we had children. So you can't blame us for dying
Not most.
because
Not
we had
most.
gang violence and niggas was shooting the motherfuckers over crack rock and goddamn weed and every damn thing else. We were dead. You can't blame the dead. And you did the generation after.
Shit,
I
I'm the
mean,
only Gen
you're
Z
right.
here.
That's all I got to say on that one.
A
But you
lot of
know
us
what?
lost our
We
lives.
were
A
dying
lot.
a lot.
But you know
Okay?
what pisses me
So don't
off?
be sitting there saying we the fathers and then DNA proves we ain't. But you
That's
don't
There
want a
it
true.
is.
DNA test.
So
I mean,
I
men,
like that. I
men,
like
I'm
that
sorry.
conversation.
No, don't mean us. This is a
No,
woman issue.
men. I'm saying it for
No,
a
no, no.
I
reason.
mean, to
Woman,
be
prove
fair,
that we got to be men for you, and then we'll be men. If you
Okay, I'm a
can't
lawyer. Lawyer
even
hat
buck
coming
up and
on
let
right
us go
now.
ahead and prove we
Lawyer
the
hat coming on
men
right
that we
now.
need to
Lawyer
be,
hat coming on right
then
now.
don't be saying
You
nothing to
cannot
us.
deny a man a right to a DNA test. You cannot. You cannot legally deny a man. I don't care if you've been married to that woman.
All 50 states do that right now. So don't tell
None
us
do it
there
right
is
now. It's
no way you can deny us
unconstitutional.
when all 50 states
Yeah,
say
you have
we
to
ain't
ask
got
for
a
a DNA
right
test.
to prove it. Period.
Yes, you do.
You
You
did an
have a right in
oxymoron and you
every,
double
I'm
talk and
sorry,
you didn't do your facts on that one, miss. All
ma'am,
50
sir, I
states.
know the law.
There is
You do
countries
not
that
have
won't
a
let you
right
do
to an
that.
attorney. Let me say this to you one more
England
time.
won't let you do it. Canada won't let you do it. Mexico won't let you do it.
Dude, I've
You want me to
represented
keep
a
on?
father who had
Taiwan won't
5
let you do it.
children.
Japan
Dude,
won't let you
stop
do it.
talking out your ass,
How
okay?
many
This is
nations on
where
this
these
goddamn
conversations,
globe you want
this
me to
is where
go through and
ignorance
hey,
you
let's
keep
abounds in the
on
black
yelling
tone it
community.
back?
down a
I have
bit,
a
Oh,
law
right?
degree
DNA
from
test
George
is
Washington
everybody,
University,
man. It's right.
okay? I have a law
Come
degree
on.
from George Washington University. I've been practicing law for 25
Then
years.
make it a
I've
law
represented
that black
multiple
men get a
men.
right to DNA test because it ain't right for 50 states. And that's a legal fact. It says you got a legal degree.
Show
And
the
I don't
site.
have a
Show the
legal
site.
You
degree,
can get
but
a
Show
I
me the
DNA
can
law.
test.
Google it.
Because I will tell
And the
you
Supreme
that
Court said it ain't a legal right.
I think we could move
You're a
past this a little
lawyer.
bit.
You're
The
pretty
Okay,
much
DNA
anyway,
thing
I
is
don't have
not
time for
that
yeah,
big.
we
Yeah,
got
this
that
is
taken care
getting
of.
triviality
No
because
into
you
man
couldn't
The
afford an
now.
DNA thing
attorney.
is
That's
not
what
No
that
happened.
man
big.
to
You
get
couldn't afford an
DNA
attorney.
test to
Your
see if
dad
his
broke.
kid
Shut
is
up.
his.
Move on. Next
Supreme Court
point.
ain't
Here
backing
are the
up.
to the men who
Miss,
can't
you're a
afford an
lawyer.
attorney. This advice
Miss,
is to you.
you're a lawyer
This
and you
advice is
I
to
lost.
thought
you.
we were
You can
talking
listen
about
to dead broke
generations.
motherfucker. Excuse my French,
Uh-huh.
but that's what you can do. Or you can listen to an attorney that says you have the right to counsel, and your counsel will tell
You,
you that
yeah,
unless you done set up here and waited past the statute of limitations,
right.
statute of limitations, that when the child is born, you have a right to demand a DNA. You
Yeah,
don't have to sign the birth certificate at the acknowledgement of paternity. If
better
this is
not.
your wife, they will make you the presumptive father. But presumptions are rebuttable. You can prove that you are not the biological father. I know that very well because I have handled very sad cases in which the father, my saddest case was the father of 5 kids. None of the kids were his. One father, the kid was 12. It was not his. But the thing about it was, she had never ever put him on child support. So we were able to dodge the statute of limitations that is generally, 4 years for fraud, 2 years for personal injury in most states. So the long and short of it is, if you wait until you are behind on child support, it's just gone on and on and on.
Once you're on child support, it's pretty much too late because it's really a contract, not based on really shit. It's just your contract between you and her, so it really don't have nothing to do with the kids.
Right.
If you
At
owe
I,
that
you
that
know,
point in
money,
time, you
I do
waived
think
your
It's
that's
right to
actually
accurate. I mean,
contest.
it's
I've
actually
always
between
felt
you
that
and the
by
state.
law. I've always felt that by law, you if you're going to go on child support, you should be mandated that you automatically get a DNA test.
Under
You know?
Title IV of the United States Code, that any man that is being brought on child support has a constitutional right under Title IV. See, notice I'm citing laws, Title IV, that applies in all 50 states.
Right,
You have the
but
right.
right, not the right and then mandate is two totally different things.
Yes,
It should be mandated.
the right, you can say, I want a DNA test. You say, I don't have the money to pay for it. They say, rights cost. Rights ain't
Right,
free.
right,
That it,
right.
that if at the end
Well,
of the day you sit up there and go, it's not worth it to me to sacrifice on my car note. It's not worth it to me to, go stay with mama for a little bit. It's my rights, knowing good and well that civil rights leaders died in order to get us our rights. But hey, I'm special. I want the government and the other taxpayers to pay to prove that this bitch fucked somebody else besides me. We
well,
ain't gonna pay
I
for it.
think I
We
think
not.
I think this whole hold on. I think the DNA issue is a smaller issue that can actually be addressed by addressing something more like base, which is women essentially own the children. And that is kind of like as a father, you don't necessarily have rights. The government, you have to establish your rights, whereas like the women basically come out the gate owning the children. And that's kind of like you're kind of deprived of power and position just on that level alone. And that's when now the whole issue of like paternity and all that can be addressed too immediately, if you can just get to the point of like, one, you have to establish paternity from the beginning, and then two, the father has equal ownership of the children to the same degree that the same way I'm saying women own the children. You have to kind of set up a situation where the fathers basically have equal ownership, because without that, there will always be a level of disparity that will always be used to further and further, the female advantage.
You're
what do
right.
you
But
think?
can I
What do
ask
you
you a
think
question?
about?
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? You're a businessman, right?
Yes.
I am.
Business acumen. Okay. So let's say like this. You have a partnership. One of you has a manufacturing facility, right? You have a manufacturing facility. You physically have to pay your labor. You have to pay your labor You have to pay to keep the bills paid, to keep the manufacturing facility on. You go into a
Hmm.
partnership with somebody and they say, hey, I have great advice. Okay. But until the product is produced, until the product is produced, does the marketing, we're going to do some pre-launch things about how great this product is, but until at a certain point in time, you're like, look, I am the one shelling out all the resources. You ain't doing nothing yet. There are certain situations where it's not applicable, but in a partnership between a man and a woman, it's not 50-50. That's
Well,
what men
that's
think. I'm trying to break it down in consumer
well, your
terms.
business, yeah,
You are the
your business
manufacturer.
analogy is kind of iffy though. That's what I'm saying. Your business analogy,
I'm,
I'm
I'm
not
asking you a
following.
question. Can you produce products without a manufacturing facility?
Yeah, but would you like to hear the
Can, yes or
reason
no?
why
Not a
I
yeah,
think this?
but
No,
can
I'm
you
saying, would you
produce
like to hear why
products
I think this
without
is iffy?
manufacturing facility? You need a
I
plant.
can tell you why this is iffy. The plan has problems that I can tell you. Like, you're asking me based on business acumen, and like the businessman in me would have walked away from the table while you were speaking, because no, this is not how you think about things. First off, if you're just a manufacturer, basically you have a factory. So you need raw materials, right? So either A, you buy the raw materials and that is the end of our relationship, or B, we have some kind of partnership over what you're producing, because I'm not just going to give you my raw materials for free. Now, between men and women, it doesn't quite work that way because there's no real profit motive. You just have a child, which is basically a liability, a responsibility. That is a business debt. You're going into the red now because of this child. And what
Oh,
you're
wait,
asking
wait,
for,
wait,
hold
wait,
on,
wait,
hold on,
wait.
hold on,
Let me
hold on.
tell you what I
What you're
tell my
asking
clients.
for is the factory. You're asking for the factory to have a contract where we share production, but you get to keep all rights to profit, and I still have to pay the factory.
Let me explain what I tell men and women all the time.
I'm
You will
just
be
saying your
a
business rule
parent.
was crazy to say it that
Excuse
way.
me.
I'm sorry.
I'll let you finish. You will be a parent to a minor liability for a lot less time than you would be to a parent to a performing adult, God willing. That if you have a child at 30 and the average life expectancy is 75 years, that only the first 18 years are you dealing with a liability. After that, you're dealing with profit, pure profit. So the
Children aren't
analogy that
profit,
I'm
and
trying
you're
to
not
make,
guaranteed to get anything. That's what I'm saying. Like, you
you're
can't
not
think of
guaranteed
children as profit
in
because,
no
for one,
business
you're not
relationship are you
supposed to be
guaranteed, but
guaranteed.
the child you're guaranteed, the child will not be, is not a legal
You
liability.
can sue for
You,
broken contracts in business, though. Like, this is what I'm saying. You can't sue for bad parenting. Like, if she raises your son poorly, you can't sue her for the outcome.
your son can though. Your son has a
No,
breach
he
of
can't. He
fiduciary.
got to eat
Yes,
that.
yes, he can. He can sue for a breach of fiduciary duty. There is a lawsuit. Whether the attorneys that want to pursue
No,
it,
no,
but
Nichelle.
there's
No, no,
breach.
no. Where's the son against parent lawsuit that you raised me poorly and I can sue you?
The white girl is pursuing it now that her parents did not teach her. She is suing them now. It's a little white girl under the
I would
breach of
love to see
fiduciary
that case.
duty. The young, excuse me, in Texas, the young white boy that killed 4 people, um, he went on he went on that he was not responsible for murdering 4 people because of, let me see if I can remember this term. It was so weird. It was basically lack of parental responsibility, but it was it'll come to me in a little bit. But he argued that his parents raised him in such a way that he did not value life. And
Well,
the
but that's not
judge
a
said
fiduciary thing, though. See, you were comparing this to a business plan, and none of this is fiduciary. He's using this argument to say I'm not legally
fiduciary
responsible for
rarely
crime.
comes up. The fiduciaries in a business are shareholders. The board of directors owe a fiduciary duty.
Right. That's what I'm saying. He's
No
not
other
making it about
contract.
money. He's not making it about money in this case that you brought up. That's why I'm like, the business analogy just doesn't fit.
No, what I'm saying is the manufacturing component of it does come into play, because at the end of the day, you have the Sprint cases where they basically came in and said, look, we are not a manufacturer. We're just a marketeer. And that at the end of the day, we are only liable for actual contracts, sales contracts completed in accordance with our terms. We have no other fiduciary duty, no other contractual duty. We have a contractual duty, not a fiduciary duty. We are not an agent. We are in an arm's length contractual relationship. That when I'm saying to men, that at the end of the day, the analogy that has been widely used is that surrogate mothers, they get $70,000, $80,000 if it's a surrogacy. If you are a sperm donor, it's $5,000.
Those are completely
That
different labor
men who
costs for a
want to
reason, though.
argue, that they were just a surrogate, that there's a surrogacy relationship, that at the end of the day, they have no other contractual liability because of the intimate nature, they're beginning to gain ground. And you can enter into a sperm donor relationship. You can enter into a surrogacy relationship.
But that has to happen before, right? You can't get a woman pregnant and then say, okay, well, I'm just a sperm donor.
Yes, you can.
No.
Because
no, you can't.
Yes,
there has to be a mutual agreement.
Honestly,
right?
even if you had that contract, I bet you she could still extract money from you. Just because
No,
the fact that she
if
now
you,
has your mom, has your kid.
well, no, I mean, I think I have heard of that before, but I think
if you as a man, the baby's not born yet, and you are confronted with a situation where the woman says, hey, I'm pregnant, and you go, I relinquish my rights and responsibilities. Okay, if the woman says, okay, you need to pay me X amount of money to relinquish your responsibilities, you may want to relinquish your rights, but you have responsibilities. We didn't do this up front when it would be even.
Well,
So I
Michelle,
want
that totally
$5,000.
depends on her. See, the problem in that is
right.
that depends on her. It's not
Every
that you have a
contract
right.
depends
You
on
do
the
not, excuse me,
individual.
hold on, excuse me. You do not have any rights in that scenario. All you can do is ask for permission. That's
No,
literally
I
what
didn't say
you just
permission. I
described.
said
No, you're
you can
asking for
ask
permission.
for,
And she can say
no.
no. She can
But
say
if
no
I
to
said
whatever
that,
amount of
if
money you offer. She can say no. There can be no terms that you could offer that she will say yes to, and that's the
it depends
reality
on the
of it.
state. It depends on the state. In certain states, like Texas, for example, if you unreasonably withhold consent, that is a ground for that you can argue they unreasonably withheld their they unreasonably withheld. If I'm going to sit there and give you a dollar amount and I made you a reasonable offer, reasonableness will go before the jury. So it's 50-50 at
Well,
best.
You're talking about actual
but
business
see, when you're
law now,
talking
though.
about, well, wait, hold on. But okay, you're talking about raising a child, right? So we're talking about,
No, I'm
okay,
talking about waiver of your rights as a parent and
well,
relinquishing your responsibilities.
right, but
That
okay, so but you and I both agree you can relinquish your responsibility legally, right? But that doesn't, I mean, well, your rights, you can relinquish your rights, but you cannot relinquish your financial obligation to that child you help create.
you
Is my
can
understanding
agree to relinquish if the other party agrees. It's just
Permission.
like you don't want to pay your cell phone bill, you don't want to pay your
conservative?
credit card bills. You can
Right.
agree to a term and say, You know
Yeah,
something?
you
If
can
I pay
ask
you
for
this amount of money,
permission.
you're not going to ask for more.
Right.
Why
So
is
that
that
has to
so
be
difficult for you to grasp though? Like you are
yeah.
asking for permission. You are in the supplicant position
Well,
in this
wait,
scenario.
hold on, Hood. Hold on, Hood. So I get so what you're saying is there has to be an amicable agreement, correct?
Most courts nowadays in 2022 sit up there and tell you, and it's something I hate to tell people. They walk in and say, okay, whichever side cannot make their client agree is going to lose. That's the rules. If I cannot make my money grubbing client, male or female, agree that this, we can do this for the next 18 years. Let's do this. My side's gonna lose, and then my side
Well,
has to deal with another ten, twenty
okay,
thousand dollars of legal
okay,
fees
but
in
hold on,
order to
wait, but
appeal.
hold on. Even when you're talking about agreement, okay, that's that's subject to that's arbitrary, right? So you know both
You
sides
said
have an
agreement
understanding.
is arbitrary. It depends on the individual case.
No. So you're talking about you because what you said was as a lawyer, right? Legal counsel. If one side is not in agreement, then that side is going to lose. But
No,
technically,
that
both
side is
sides.
going to go to trial. That side, you
Well,
don't lose just because you don't agree. You go to
well,
trial and
okay,
prove your
go right.
case.
But what you did say lose, but okay, so they go to trial, but both sides have to go to trial, correct? You can't have one
Both
side going to
sides have
trial
to
and the other
present
one
their
is
case.
out of it.
If if the mother is the one that is asking for child support, she has the burden of proof. She has to prove that this is the father and that this is the amount based on usually 20% for one kid that he should be paying.
Right. But if he
So
says,
I have an
well,
issue with all these men that say, "Oh, this bitch is trying to break my bank." It's 20%, dude.
yeah. Well,
If
I'm not against child support. I mean,
one
I
out
you
of every
know
$5.
yeah, I am not against personally. I think that you're getting off easy, the time and the sacrifice. And that's, even when you're saying, well, hey, you know what? I don't want to pay child support. I'll just give you a lump sum right now to walk away. I mean, that is so much can happen in 18 years. What happens if the child gets into a bad car? Let's say you agree. What did they say? How much does it take to, raise a child from birth to 18? What is it, like $400,000? Let's say
Yeah.
you offered the woman $600,000, right? But that's providing that that child doesn't, somewhere down the line, get cancer and now have to, have special medical treatment that may run, the parent, $100,000 a year, right? I mean, so there's so many different, scenarios that will be
I,
presented that it just too. That's why a lot of times when you go to child support people, you don't just go to child support one time. A lot of times parents go a few times because things change. You know what I mean? So,
right. I see.
um,
I have to take the contrary position here. I'm against child support in theory because it's like, for one, it's not set up with any kind of equal distribution. The pressure is never applied equally. So, for example, women are rarely threatened with like jail for failure to pay. And even on that level, the idea that, one, there's not supposed to think such a thing as debtor's prison in America, but in the cases of child support, you can find yourself in jail because you owe money, which is essentially a modern day's debtor's prison. So we're breaking our own word. We're breaking our own rules essentially to keep the system up. And then also the idea that a poor woman, let's say the man and the woman both have zero money. There's nothing to anybody's name. They're just, young and in love, right? Not even saying there's anything wrong with anybody. They're just two young and in love couple, two young and in love people. He's poor, she's poor, but all they got is each other. And now the baby comes along, she gets a check, and he gets threatened by the government. Like, the whole scenario is really, really corrupt. And then even further than that, not only does she get a check and he gets threatened by the government, she now basically, like I said before, she owns the children and he has to pay to play for your own children. Like, the whole system is retarded, bro. So no, I don't support child support.
Well, I mean, you listed, I mean, I think an extreme scenario, right? Because to me, I think any father that wants to have a relationship with their child, I think a mother can make it difficult and, try and tie it up in court and all that stuff, but in the end, it's not really much she's going to be able to do to stop that.
Well, I don't think I made it extreme. I actually just laid out the rules. Like basically, the ownership is the rule. I'm not saying she did anything. I'm just saying that's the rule. And so, like you having to pay, like if listen, let's say you go to file for your visitation rights. Oh, they're going to bring your child support up too, or they want to make sure you're up to date. Like those two things are going to get handled consecutively. So it's like you do have to work in the system. You're going to have to pay in the system once you want to access the system to get your children. And so, like, the idea that I'm pushing these to the extreme, I reject that. Like, bro, that is the actual state of affairs. You're going to have to pay to play for your own children.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
but
like I said, she gets a check and you're getting pressured by the government.
well, but you know what? See, that wouldn't happen if you're married. See, if you're married,
True.
then there's not a scenario where she automatically gets rights to that child, right? You have just as much legal right to that child as she does.
True.
So you're talking about is I guess from the standpoint of single men, and I agree with you, but
The
unfortunately that.
majority of black couples, because remember the out of wedlock birth rate. I'm kind of speaking to the broad experience, I guess. Then
Mm. Well, I get it. So, but as as two men, right? I mean, I have a son, and I mean, I tell my son, man, you're talking about dealing in these kind of situations, make you got to be very careful about when you talk about impregnating a woman, especially when you're not married, because you open up Pandora's box, and basically the way the laws are, it just is what it is, man. I mean, there's some ways where women win. There's some ways in which men win. And so the fact of the
I don't know
matter
if y'all
is,
heard about.
no, go ahead.
I don't know if you've heard about the case out of Texas where a father is fighting from having his twin son turned into a female.
I did hear about that. Yeah.
Okay, the younger
shoot, that would
case.
be the second time. Then there was a case like that a couple years back.
hmm The problem with this particular case, the reason he cannot keep an attorney, male or female, at all. This is not an issue of men sitting up there saying, we're effeminate, we want. No. It comes down to, dude, what is your real objection? His real objection is that his ex-wife, although I think she is suffering from all kinds of delusions, he has said on the record he don't give a fuck what happens to his kids if he don't have to pay child support. That what you have
What's wrong with that though? What's wrong with him saying that? Because like I get the sentiment. You're forcing me into something. If you're gonna force everything that I don't want to happen, then why should I be financially responsible? Like cut him free. Let him be free. If you're
Let
gonna
me ask you a
listen,
question.
she has total ownership over this whole situation, right? Why does he have to pay?
Okay, long and short of it is, if she says, which I have gotten the records, the transcript where she said, you know something, forget the fact that I make $300,000 and he only makes 89. Forget that. Under Texas law, 25% of his check should go towards their food, shelter, and clothing. I'm willing to do 50% of that if he's willing to do 50% of that. None of his money will go towards anything he does not approve of. He said, fuck that shit. I don't want to feed a damn transgender child. Okay. As long as she
Yeah,
gets to decide.
that's a family problem. I'm staying out of that.
And you go, I understand what you mean, but this is going to change the face of law for all fathers. Because you have an asshole, a man that is completely unreasonable, that this woman has literally said, I will account for every penny of his child support.
Well, hold on. What if he was to argue that transgenderism is unreasonable?
That's the reason why people felt sorry for
Like,
him at first.
come on.
No,
Like, you know
I'm
how
totally honest.
I get accused of bringing
I'm
up some
totally
extremes. Like, hold up.
I'm totally honest with you. That's the reason people thought, it's like you should have some say in the, I mean, how do you say it? Butchering of your son. This is crazy. But then I found out that while they were married, she enrolled both kids as in preschool. While they were married, one is a girl, one is a boy. And I said, why didn't you object then? He said, the law is punishing me because I'm a man and I have to go to work. I said, your wife paid the mortgage. Why'd you have to go to work? He said, I had bills of my own. Okay. So the law did not punish you for being a man. Bear in mind, she's a pediatrician, a highly acclaimed pediatrician that makes over $300,000 a year. She was unable to have children on her own. He was perfectly content to be married to this boss bitch that was making tons of money, fairly attractive physically, face like she had a face like a lemur. I'm sorry, she's
Michelle,
really.
you know the thing about this whole kind of situation, and this is why, like, I think the government needs to get out of marriage. I mean, there's probably going to be some situations like violence that has to be sorted out, but generally, I think the government needs to back out of the whole marriage situation. People got to be left alone to sort out their personal affairs, and less of this sort of thing would probably happen.
I tell everyone that I would agree the government needs to stay out of contracts as well. And they go, what do you mean, Michelle? I said, a marriage is a contract, right? They go, yeah. I go, if there's a breach of contract, who do you go to? Well, I sue their asses. Okay, so if there's a breach in the marital agreement, who are you going to go to? The government needs to stay out of marriage. Again, arbitration, mediation. I know the options. The only way to dissolve a marriage is to go through the courts. Brody v. Connecticut. That's the only way you can dissolve a marriage. You can enter into it any way you want to. And just about, you can sit up there and have prenuptial agreements. In certain states, you can just go ahead and do a common law marriage. But at the
But
end of
see,
the
that's
day,
what I'm
if you,
saying. You don't need the government to have so much influence over the particulars of marriage. All they have to do is enforce and then like guarantee contracts. So if you like you said, contract law. So when the government has to like sort out something, it should be simple. Like, look, you split up the property according to what's actually in your name because men and women are equal. You shouldn't need anything from one another since you don't want to be together
it
anymore.
depends.
And
It
that's that.
depends. It depends. The homestead. If the guy goes out and buys the homestead during the marriage because he has a better credit score, I'm going through this case right now. He has a better credit score. They go, wow, we'll save X number of points on the interest rate. So let's put it in his name. A lot of women have told me they've got it in their names. Okay, fine. So the fact that you wanted a better credit score is going to determine what? Your legal property rights?
If there's an
Mm,
actual marital home or actual marital possessions that are equally owned, then they must be split. You can either sell them or make an agreement as to who retains
okay.
ownership. Like it has to be
So
simple. The government getting into all the nitty
the
gritty about stuff is too much. It's way too much. Like
whole
we have to
idea
make
of
things a
it,
lot more streamlined.
the whole idea you can either have the courts, one person who may not be that savvy, or 400 or 500 members of your state legislature that decide after careful debate and analysis that what we have noticed is that courts are incredibly biased. That's what men say all the time. It is courts are biased. So you want biased courts to decide, not the legislature. So pick your poison. The courts, where you got one guy going, well, I had one judge say, if it was my wife, she would have gone into my pocketbook and found my check, and she would have written a check to the bank for me. If I said, so you're saying your wife would have forged your signature? He said it wouldn't be forgery if she were my wife. I said, yes, it would be, Your Honor. You haven't read the latest law. He said, how can my wife forge a signature, my signature? Did she have your permission to sign? He said we're married. She doesn't need my permission to sign. So if your wife had gone in and ran up a bill at Gucci, she didn't need your permission? He said, that's totally different. I said, how? That these judges, and if you look at these judges, I mean, would you trust Kavanaugh or Clarence Thomas to give you marital advice?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, he's been married a long time. I think that's a little bit beside the point. I'm just
No, what I'm
saying that
saying
like the
is,
whole marriage situation it's out of control because the government has kind of put its thumb on the scales way too much. So what I'm saying is you kind of
no,
have
they
to take the
basically said
government's
that
thumb off the
there are
scale.
the government basically said in the 1970s, men, not women, men said that they shouldn't have to explain why they wanted a divorce. The majority, by far, 99% of the legislatures were men. 90% of the people that wanted no-fault divorces were men. That during the 70s and 80s, it was common for a man to upgrade his spouse after as soon as the spouse started going through menopause. That the marriage contract was null and void. She had gotten fat. She couldn't have kids. What was the point of being married to a woman that could no longer produce? I don't need your money. I don't care about your
Ain't that what Cynthia G's telling everybody to do?
I was about to jump in at some point. Like, women are free, right? So, like, he's free too. Women had rights and everything at that point. So it's not like, men were just leaving. Women were leaving too. So the idea that you now have to be financially responsible for somebody who's your quote equal, this whole system is like too hypocritical. That's why I kind of have the opinions that I have. It's not that I'm against caring for your own children, but I'm like, people have cared for the children way before we had big daddy government to force people to do stuff. We didn't need government contracts to raise our kids. Only recently did we think the government somehow has any better ideas about how to raise your children.
Well, the government wants to be in your business, so it's going to hone in on your deficiencies to justify its existence. That's what they do. That's what they're going to do, because otherwise you wouldn't need them, and you would reduce their salary pay. They have no reason to exist. So they are almost going to be an enemy to you. So, I mean, if you don't have any way to defend yourself, then you're subject to what their attacks.
Damn, BMT, you in the club?
Yeah, man. Always at the club. No. Hang on, I'm sorry about that, guys. No. Go ahead. Go ahead, boy.
Are you out there fighting Cynthia?
But her daughters be out here. Her daughters be out the goddamn club. Y'all, my
Do
bad.
some of them
My
wigs
bad.
be coming off?
Well, shit, they come out in drones. Shit.
The investment wigs.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you this. I always see these women. They complain about. They be coming out here with these transformers and shit, like hand in hand, like girlfriend and shit. And I be trying to figure out, like, damn, why would you dance with the opposition that's trying to take your man? Like, well, I don't get y'all, motherfucker. Y'all crazy as fuck.
Hey,
I
you
never
know
would do
what?
that
That's
shit.
a double. Hey, don't. That's a double whammy. Not only are they took one man, which is themselves, so she don't got the opportunity
Yo,
for that one. And then, like you said, they trying to turn somebody else.
you know what I was thinking about with that whole Umar Johnson thing and them slipping the
Yeah, that
trap
shit's a
up
whole
there like
debacle,
that?
bro. That shit was
Yo, now
trash.
think about this for a minute. Like, all right, so you telling me that you got this trap at the top row, and if a man was to come up there and present himself as like, her boyfriend or husband or whatever, not her, their boyfriend or husband or whatever, and you would look at that man the same way you look at like your own man that you go home and then like love up on. Y'all gonna see them as like the same kind of man, really? You really gonna look me in my eye and tell me you're not gonna look at him no differently because that's the type of quote black woman that he chose. And he didn't choose you; he chose that one. You mean to
Well,
tell me that in your mind as a woman, this is all good?
well, see the
Not a
thing.
real woman, because you don't have a definition for women.
Well, see that's
That
the thing about
what
it.
is that?
I question a
Birthing
lot of that
people?
stuff. You see, here's the thing about it. I question that because that's supposed to be a panel for men and women to have a discussion on structure and family. Yet you bring the opposition on your panel and you call them a wo- I'm like, you see, there's just too much backward shit that be happening, man. And I be trying to figure that shit out, bro. Like that's why I be like, I don't get these. Like you bring a woman up there who's anti-family. You bring up a transition that's anti-family. You bring up a dude who anti that I don't know if he's for American family or what the fuck is he for divesting out of American society. Like I don't know. Like there's like too many antis on the panel. Like I think that was an anti-debate panel. Like I was trying to figure out what the fuck. God damn.
See, I don't know what panel you're talking about, but just based on your description of it, I'm looking at it like this. We're going to have all these debates because we really don't know. Well, I mean, we have an idea of what we think is right, but each one of us has our opinion. But it's just like anything else. When it starts getting down to the wire, everybody starts realizing, what's right and what's wrong. And people start to honest people start to begin to agree. This stuff, all of this stuff, that these people is doing, they have an agenda, and I mean, it's getting shown. It's like, bro, you want a world where you can, you can approach men and women and nobody can reject you because that's what racist or sexist or something. I mean, 50, 92 genders. That's not a world where most people want to live in. I'll say it that way.
And for the
You know
gentleman,
what?
I'm sorry I got cut off for a minute. I got cut off. Men keep trying to throw it back in our faces. You women want to be equal. But I don't care what religion you are. You cannot argue with one thing. Women's reproductive years are capped. That in the day, that if a woman sits up there and gives you her reproductive years, whether she was wise about it or not, that's, I mean, you don't see 60-year-old women having kids. That's not the
I still
norm.
don't get your point. I mean,
The
I'm
point
sorry, but
is,
so what?
okay, the point is, listen, you can say so what? The way the laws were designed was that
That's all
a
you have
woman
is the
gets,
law.
right, that's what we
Like it
operate in
doesn't
a,
make sense. No, no, it doesn't make sense, but it's legal. That's my whole point. Like there's no
okay,
logic to it.
laws are
There's no
designed,
greater moral superiority.
okay, but
That
you use your moral high ground, churches, and I said, I don't care what your religion is. That's where I prefaced it. So you want to go outside religion, you want to go outside the laws. I don't know what you're basing your opinion on other than your own personal opinion. And as they say, that assholes are like opinions. We all have one. They all stink.
wasn't it, Michelle.
That what I'm trying to
Michelle.
say is that women,
And the law
because
is
of
the government's opinion.
the law
Exactly.
is
Might
also
is
the
right.
church's opinion. I don't care if you're
No,
Muslim. I don't unless you're an atheist. Unless you're an
no.
atheist. There's not a church, there's not one religion recognized by humankind other than Satanism that says men and women are not equal, because the long and short of it is God, whatever God you want to call him, has said women have a limited reproductive period, men do not. The fact that a 90-year-old man can decide, okay, I want a family. He can. A
Is that
90-year-old
penis
woman cannot.
envy?
Hmm?
Is that penis envy?
It's not penis envy. It's a fact. Stop
I'm
trying to
just
put
saying, is
your.
that something? That's
It's
like you
not
said. It's
penis
just a
envy.
fact.
It's
Is
a
it a? Why is it a
scientific.
point? Why is it
It's a
your point?
science. It's
Right.
men
Like,
and
so
women
yes,
are not
biology is real.
physically
I know
So
equal.
biology is
it's just
real.
Hello,
I'm
biology.
sorry.
okay.
I'm
Tell
sorry,
me inside.
biology
Don't
is
use on your own
biology.
ignorance. I said biology. Scientifically, women and men are not equal. They have a biologically different reproductive cycle.
And what do you
That
want
is
Okay.
a
from me
truth.
because of that? And so because of that, I'm supposed to do what for you?
You're not supposed to do anything for me. I have no
All
desire for
right.
you.
So like I'm not making it personal. I'm asking from
So
man to woman. No, Nichelle,
for
between man
men,
and woman,
for
because
men,
of that, what
for,
am I supposed to do for you?
for women, if you take a woman out, like y'all said, why these bitches going for these low pro ass niggas? Because you're take men, understand. The men are saying
Right.
y'all
So
are
he ain't gotta
damaging
do nothing for her. So what the fuck?
you not you're arguing in circles. You're saying on one
No,
level,
you are
you
bringing up
women.
an this is illogical. No, you're
It's
saying that
totally
men.
logical.
No,
Men
hold on. Because I
respect
asked you what the man is supposed to do for the woman, and your immediate
and I
go-to
said,
is a
and I
man who
said,
doesn't do for the woman. What the fuck is that?
no, that's not what I said. I said the reason the laws are shaped like they are shaped, that for over 2,000 years, men sat up there and talked to other men, and they said women have a shorter reproductive period than men.
And that's
So,
why we owned
eh,
you.
okay,
I mean, in
but
that same time period you're talking about, that's also when men basically owned the women. So, like, yeah,
I
we
said,
took into account that you had this time issue, and so we provided
okay,
for you. But we don't own y'all no
okay.
more, so it's
Notice,
different now.
notice what you're saying. Fathers owned fathers, not
And
men. Fathers.
husbands, fathers and husbands.
You had to get to that point. You had to get to that point.
I'm just
And as
saying,
a
we're talking
husband,
about the whole same period here. So it's fathers and
no, we're
husbands.
not. Okay,
Men owned
listen,
women.
listen,
Say
listen.
say it with me.
A
Men used
father,
to own women.
let me see, notice how you're convoluting what I'm saying. A father. If you a father, I want Joe to come slap your
And a
daughter upside
husband.
the head because he a man.
And husbands. If listen, fathers gave away the daughter to the husband. Sometimes they sold the daughter to the husbands for like cattle and swords and armor and stuff. So like that's we used to own women. So in that time period that you're talking about was a time of supreme oppression.
Well, okay,
Well,
if I can
yeah.
interject here. Hold on. Okay, so we're talking about laws. There's always going to be some kind of law that society is going to have to adhere to. Even if you want to eject the government out of the law, then what's going to happen is, let's say we go back to the time when, even like we're talking about, you quote sold, your daughter to a man. If that man didn't do right by that man's daughter, that that husband could end up losing his life. You understand what I'm saying? Because I
Fair.
mean, you could have the father, the brother. You can cause a war, right? So the thing is, there's always going to be checks and balances that happens when you're talking about the relationship between men and women in some form or fashion. I mean, it's going back to well, even like today, men are expected to lay down their life for their women and their children.
Hmm.
Women are not expected to do that. So there's always going to be like that trade-off. I mean, if you're laying with your wife in
Kind of
bed,
for their children, they are.
well, no, well, I mean, what I said expected, right? So if a man and a woman is, and they have their children with them and something's going down, right?
The man, yeah. But if this a
The man
woman and
is
the
expected.
children, she's supposed to protect her children. You kind
Right,
of
but
expect
but
that.
the but the man, right, but I'm saying if it's the man and the woman there,
Right,
right?
right. I get what you're saying,
Yeah.
but I'm just
Okay.
saying just the
Yeah, no,
children.
no. I'm talking about in the situation in the relation between the men and the women. The man is expected to lose his life on behalf of his family, right? The woman is also, if the man is not there, then yeah, then The woman has to step up. But I'm just saying in that dynamic, it's the man and the woman. I wanted to say something about this Umar Johnson Cynthia G thing, because I keep hearing sisters talk about how black men are conquered and black men haven't done anything, and and we're just arms of white supremacy and all that stuff like that. And that's what she kept getting to with Umar Johnson. I don't think there's really any black person. I've talked to even a lot of people. I don't know what they're baby boomers. I think they're baby boomers that will readily admit that things are a lot better for black people today. Don't mean it is great or whatever, right? Racism is still there. There's a lot of things that happened in the 40s and 50s and 60s that we just don't see now. It would be
Like what?
lunacy.
Like what?
It would be
Name
lunacy.
one, name two.
I was about to, okay? It would be lunacy to see the police turning on fire hoses on a group of rowdy individuals, even rioters today. You wouldn't see that today.
Well, they
You
just
would
use
not.
rubber bullets.
Well, yeah, right.
They use pepper spray, but
But
that's the same thing. That's
no, it's
actually
not.
worse. It's
No,
worse.
it's
A
not. Oh,
rubber
no, it's
bullet,
not. No, it's not.
a rubber bullet, and it hits you in your eye, which they've got plenty of people injured by those bullets hitting in the
Mm,
neck and in the eye.
mm,
It injures you. The water it can injure you too, but it's a non-lethal. It's basically doing the same job.
No, rubber bullets. You're okay.
It's
Let's
the same
understand.
job.
You're there,
It's the
brother.
It's the
You're
same
not. You're
job.
not.
severity of
You're
the
not.
injury.
Hold on. You're not shooting. You're not shooting rubber bullets into a random group of people. They don't do
Uh,
that.
yeah,
No, they do not,
Right.
bro. No,
well,
they
I'm
do
Right.
just
not.
saying when they had the riots, we got pictures, so it's not like something that I'm arguing that we can't actually prove.
I've
I
never.
can prove that, but I don't have all the
Well,
stuff
maybe
to
you're
show you on the
saying you have the
on
pictures.
on the
I
screen
haven't
right
seen
now.
those pictures, brother. I will
Well,
put them
yeah,
on the
but I
screen.
mean, you could
I
pull it
haven't
up.
seen.
Rubber
Hold on,
bullets to
bro.
the
I
eye. Just
haven't seen
Google
those
that.
pictures.
Just
I have
Google
not
it.
seen those pictures. I'll give you another thing. It was a time, at least, like I live in LA. There was a time when black people, it was illegal, right? You, because you were black, it was illegal for you to at a certain time of night even be on a certain side of town. Don't mean the police ain't gonna mess with you now, but they had a legal right to do it at one time. Okay.
Okay,
So
well, you
even
just said, but they're just saying, like, look, you saying it's still happening now because you look at LA right now, especially we see even the mayors getting harassed by the cops. The
okay,
mayor of
bro,
Compton, I
bro,
should
bro,
say, the
bro, you
mayor of
cut me off.
Compton.
I'm gonna reiterate what I said. Listen good. Listen, please. Listen well.
I hear you,
What
but
I
it's
no, you don't
just
hear
the
me.
name.
You don't hear me,
What
brother.
you're.
Let me
No,
reiterate what I
I
said.
do hear you.
Let me
I hear
let
you.
no, because you're already not saying what I said.
You're
Okay.
right. The
No,
amount of spray from
it's
the
just
fire
cause
hoses
it just calls
Oh,
actually
different
burns.
words. They
oh
just
It
no, no, no,
actually
updated the
no, no, no,
tactics. It's
no,
the
no, no.
same
Listen,
tactics.
listen,
the
bro. Listen.
police
Hold on.
actually
Oh,
the reason they outlawed the fire hoses on people, it was actually burning their skin off. It was the equivalent of a friction burn that
yeah,
these
you
people
don't
were
want to get
being
hit with no
burned.
fire
Okay,
hose, bro.
y'all can
That's
talk
crazy.
about it's different, but I'm just saying that the tactic is the same. It's just been updated.
No,
They
it's
just
not the
using
To
a
same,
do
bro.
less
It's not
non-lethal
the
damage.
same.
way to
To
It's
do
not the
control
same.
less
the
But
crowd.
hold
damage.
That's
on,
what they're
hold
doing.
on. Hold on, bro. Let me finish. Now listen to what I
He's
said now.
right.
Okay.
Listen.
He's
At
right.
one time, it was legal. It was legal. If a black person was walking on the wrong side of town, on the sundown towns where you weren't supposed to be, right? The police could pull you over
Yeah.
legally. You
Okay.
could not go and file any kind of charges against the police. Okay, you couldn't do it, right? That is no longer the case today, right?
And so the practice has stopped, right?
No, I didn't,
So
brother. No,
because of
no
what you're
matter. No,
saying,
hold on. No, no, no.
no,
I'm not saying. I'm not
see,
saying. Oh my
See,
God,
this is
brother,
why we
you're
don't
not
get
getting it, man.
anywhere.
No,
You're not
no,
getting it.
no. We're actually getting somewhere. It's just we're having a
No, we're not.
difference of opinion. We're
It's
having
No,
a
not.
we're
It's
not.
not. A,
difference.
We're not
Look,
it's
look,
not a
look.
getting
difference of
anywhere.
Hold
opinion,
on.
bro.
Just because we having a difference doesn't mean that we're impassable. We're just having a difference.
I'm
Okay. So
saying
don't
legally
overreact.
speaking.
Don't
Legally
overreact.
speaking.
Don't
No, I'm saying
overreact.
legally. Excuse me.
I know what
Legally.
he's saying.
Excuse me.
I know what
Legally
he's saying.
speaking.
He's talking
Okay, I
about
know.
on the books of law. But what I'm
Okay,
when I'm
legally.
what I'm asking
Okay.
you is, does that actually stop the practice? And because that's what we
Okay.
were
No.
intent, that's what
No.
we
And
wanted to have
we
happen.
said certain practices are prohibited. Certain specific, explicit practices are prohibited. They
Okay.
cannot open up the fire hoses on a crowd indiscriminately.
Okay.
Indiscriminately is the key word. But can they target key people with beanbags or rubber bullets? Yes, they can.
Sound, yeah, the gas, all of that stuff. So that's all I'm saying to you guys. I hear what you're saying, but when we got those laws changed, we were actually expecting the practices to actually stop. Okay. So just because it's not explicit but they're still doing it. This is the
And
issue.
Well,
I'm gonna tell
no.
y'all the case that changed everything. And I
Well,
want
I
you
mean, we don't
gentlemen
want to
to
hear that right now. We
look.
want to keep
Yes,
talking
you
about
do.
this.
No, you need to hear this.
We
You
don't
need
need
to hear this. Yes, you do need to hear it. Shut up. Because you don't need to go
I'm
on
listening.
ignorant. The
I'm
case
listening.
was
I'm listening.
Pearson v. Ray. It was
Okay.
out in Mississippi. A group of black ministers prayed with white ministers, Lutheran ministers. Not Baptist, not Catholic, but Lutheran. Lutherans apparently had a little bit more money than, we knew about. They prayed at a Mississippi bus stop. The police came in and started beating the black pastors, and they said they're disturbing the peace by joining hands to pray with these white police officers. It was under Pearson v. Ray that they suddenly said qualified immunity. That if a police officer believes that what he's doing, if he believes what he's doing is right, unless somebody that has expressly told him, you can't do that to people, not black
Yeah.
people. That is why Eric Garner case is for everyone to understand. Eric Garner, they'd already said you cannot use a chokehold on black people or any person. You can't use it. It has a
What's the
high.
name of the cop that killed him?
I don't know. Eric Garner is.
See?
I don't give a fuck about the
Why does that?
goddamn
Why does that?
cop.
Why does that
I
matter?
just wanted to know because she knows the case that changed that thing, but
And I'm
because that's in
saying
that
that
area too.
Eric
I think
Well,
you
Garner,
live in that
the
area,
I
case,
but
don't
that's no
understand why
big
does
deal.
that.
That's
I mean,
actually
you
not a
argue
big deal.
right. You argue
but
the
I
semantics,
understand
but
the
No,
cop
I asked her that question. I asked her what was the
understand.
name of
You
the cop
asked me
that
a
killed
question,
Eric
I'm going
Garner
to tell you
because
some shit.
that guy did not get public exposure, embarrassed, and
You know
his
why he
career
didn't? Because
ruined.
it
And
wasn't.
see,
But
because that's
okay.
what we need to have
Blah,
happen.
blah, blah,
We
blah,
need
blah,
the
blah, blah, blah.
practice to
That's what
actually
we need.
stop.
That's what we need. Okay. Let me say it one more time.
We need it to
That
stop. We don't need just
everybody.
legal laws change. We
Okay.
need it
Blah
to
blah blah blah
stop.
blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Okay. Everyone.
Only Nichelle can talk, and
Blah blah
otherwise
blah.
she's gonna disrespect everybody else.
No, I'm just gonna say blah 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 because
Yeah,
what you
I
got to say
understand what you're
will hold up
saying.
in court.
Because we sat
Nada.
there and listened to you explain a law
Okay, because
about
I am
how
the expert on the
water
law.
hoses
You're not.
got stopped
You're an
and
expert on
somebody
your
got
opinion.
beat at the same time.
Okay.
But at the
Okay.
same
Eric
time, I'm
Garner's
asking you a
case.
question, and you said Eric Garner.
Okay.
I'm
No,
asking you
you're not
about the
asking
cop,
me a case.
but you don't know
You're asking
anything
me
about
about
him,
the
and now
cop.
it's about
And
blah blah blah.
I'm telling you about the case. The case was Eric Garner's case was the case that
Okay, go ahead. Explain this to us.
the criminal case against the officer was dismissed. Hello,
Okay.
criminal versus civil. O.J.
So
Simpson walked.
the officer is still working, right?
O.J. Simpson
The
walked
officer
when
is
it
still working,
came.
right?
He's in another
Probably.
police department. He's
Okay,
in
so what
another police.
message does that send to not only the
Okay.
police,
Okay,
to
like
everybody?
I tell the white people that say,
I'm
what's
asking you
what?
what message does that send?
What message does
If
O.J.
you
Simpson?
can kill black
What?
people and keep
Excuse
working.
me. What message does O.J. Simpson say?
We're
And
talking about
what?
Eric Garner.
No, we're talking about the law. The law
Well, we're
is
talking about Eric
not.
Garner too, right? You say Eric
No, we're
Garner.
talking about the law because the law
Well,
does
okay,
not
but Eric
say.
Garner as well, right?
No, I said we're talking about Eric Garner's civil
Okay,
case.
but we're talking about the law and Eric Garner at the same time
Eric
here.
Garner's civil case mirrored
Okay.
Nicole Smith's estate's case against O.J. Simpson.
So
So
what
they
does that
are
tell
in
cops that you can
alignment.
just kill
The
black
law is a
people
law. When it
and keep
comes
working?
to was O.J. Simpson liable?
Well, if I can say this, okay.
Go ahead.
So I mean, the thing is, even with Eric Garner, there wouldn't even have been a case. There wouldn't even have been a trial. The situation that happened with George Floyd, there wouldn't have been a trial. The situation happened with Breonna Taylor, there wouldn't have been a trial. I mean, I think you're going to an extreme when you're saying, well, if it's still happening, then then that means that black people didn't do anything. Well, I'm not saying you're saying that, but the point I'm trying to make to you is that things that were happening in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and even before that, this is not happening to the level that it is now, and it's still by law considered illegal. That Walter Scott, the dude that shot that got shot, the
In
guy
the
that
back.
got shot in
Yeah,
the
he
back.
got prosecuted. Yep.
Yeah, he
Good.
got prosecuted. A lot of these things, and understand, Walter Scott fought that police officer. Okay, he fought that police officer for like 2 blocks, right? In the past, that would have been just fine, But things are different now, and the whole point I'm trying to make is that those things are different because of what those black men and women did in the civil rights movement in the '60s. Don't mean it's perfect. I agree with you. There's a lot of things. Tamir Rice, there's a lot of things that still is flat out wrong. But by the same token, we have come a long way, a
Right.
long way.
Now, right.
And,
Now, let me just respond to that little point real quick. The only reason why I just highlighted, because you are factually correct, and I do agree with you. It's
mm,
not the level, but I challenged you because of this. The stuff that these people did in the 60s,
mm,
it needs to be maintained because the people who lost the way that they wanted to have the world look,
mm,
those folks, those people with that kind of ideology, they're
mm,
still out here working to reverse this thing. And
right,
we think, oh, this is all good. We got it done, and it's all good. And we
right,
just chill out. We think that this stuff doesn't need to be maintained. There's a
mm,
certain set of behaviors that you have to have. There's a certain set of things that you have to look out for to see if they're reversing things. Now, just because a certain, let's say a crowd forms, let's say the crowd is peaceful, and they decide they disperse. But these
mm,
people supposed to have, they're citizens. They're supposed to have
mm,
a right to peacefully assemble.
right,
But you move them with water hoses. Oh, that's illegal now. Let's use gas. Yeah, let's use these rubber bullets and
mm,
dogs or something. It's stopping the people from putting pressure on the government to. Supposedly this is what they teach us.
mm,
I'm just saying that's what they teach us. They're saying that the rule of the people is supposed to
mm,
put pressure on the governor, the government, the people
mm,
who are in government to to act
right,
correctly.
right.
And if
But the
the
thing
people
is,
can't peacefully assemble, they can't do that.
right. But the thing is that I've never seen a video of the police putting fire hoses on white people. Never seen it. I've seen it for black. I've seen videos of the police shooting bean bags and stuff like that at white people, right? What they call
Non-lethal.
non-lethal weapons, right? So whereas those things like what they were doing, like what they did to the Black Panthers and and Fred Hampton, and then I mean that stuff. I mean look again, Breonna Taylor's boyfriend shot one of the police officers coming through the door.
as he should have.
Right, I agree. They let him go.
Well, he had to, but they weren't. They didn't want to. You see,
But by
they're so
law,
corrupt. They were just so corrupt. And see, that's the reason why I said just because we may have little disagreements. Generally, I agree with you. Okay, but I'm just only saying that the intensity. I don't necessarily like the idea that we're good because look at how far we come. I
no,
guess it's okay to do a little bit of celebration or something like that.
yeah.
But to me, I'm
Well,
like,
no,
no,
no, no.
we gotta, this thing
Yeah,
here is not right because
yeah.
they're still doing this stuff here. And not only that, is just like with the Ferguson thing, with the Breonna Taylor thing, people
Mm,
coming up dead. Protesters, some of the main organizers who were on the street level,
mm,
they're just coming up dead, no investigation,
mm.
no drugs. What? How did it happen? You know,
Right,
the mayor
right.
mayor becomes the black lady becomes mayor. All the
Mm.
police officers quit. You know,
Yeah,
it's,
yeah, but I mean that was only, bro, that was only like 4 police officers. I mean, you
well,
know,
okay.
and again, I mean, the thing, the only point I'm trying to get you to see, or
Turn
not
off the
you,
camera in the cell.
but everybody listening is you know, we got a long way to go, but we've come so far. And when I hear women making it seem like we just sat on our hands, you know, I mean, I don't want to say I'm a history buff, but I mean, even going back to, you know, slavery and the Civil War and black and what black men did in the Civil War, they were fighting for their freedom. You know, I mean, contrary to what people think, Lincoln wasn't concerned about freeing slaves. He wasn't. But I think the heroic nature of those black soldiers garnered the respect of Lincoln and Grant, Ulysses Grant, and a lot of them generals. You know, and from there on, black, and I'm not directing at black women because they don't come into question. What black men have done seems to always come into question. And you know, I
I
take exception to
think
that. I'm
I
sorry,
think
hold on,
you're
I'm sorry.
right.
Well,
No,
I'm
I
sorry,
said
one
I
minute.
think you're right. You're not
Oh,
used to
thank you.
black women agreeing with you. I
No,
think you're
no,
right.
no. It's not that. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm almost finished. And let me take it a step further because I'm of the opinion that a lot of the things that black women say about black men are true. I think black men have lost their way in a lot of aspects. Okay. I'll say this. I think a lot of that has to do with how black men are being raised. And I'll give you an example. You take a tiger kitten and you domesticate it. You feed it, you give it shelter, water, everything it needs. It's going to grow up either way. It's going to grow up, right? And it'll grow up and it could be a 650-pound tiger. Teeth, claws, the power, the roar, everything. Everything. You take that 650-pound powerful tiger and you put it in the jungle, it'll be dead in a week. We are not properly preparing our black men to be what our women need them to be. Now, the question is, why not? Well, to
I'm
me,
going
a
to tell
lot of
you.
that.
I will tell you. I will tell you.
Okay, go ahead.
Um, Understand that we're not. I mean, there are a few boomers that are talking shit, but at the end of the day, most of the people that are on the dating apps are under 55. They're the X generation, the millennials, Y generations, Y, and the X generations. And it comes down to basically this, that if your mother, we got to admit, at some point in time, the majority of the X generation, Y generation, and Z generation were raised by women.
Right.
Let's admit that. Right or wrong, it happened. It's not saying the fathers were not around, but If you have the majority of the X generation, forget the baby boomers because they shouldn't be trying to. But for Viagra, they not in the equation of shooting out sperm.
Right.
That if you have 50-year-old men like Kevin Samuels trying to give out relationship advice to women, it's like you're too old to reproduce. You need to settle. He's right. He's right. That if
Mm.
you are too old to reproduce, what do you bring to the table other than your credit card, your FICO score, your 16-hour a day job? That is not what a lot of the majority of men, they, whether we like it or not as women, they want a woman, whether younger or older, to fix their meals, to roll over and put their legs out when they finally can get a nut. I got my dick is hard. It's a hard row when you are still in your reproductive modes. As a woman, you can sit there and say, wait a minute, I don't have to sit up here and open my legs up for you because your dick is hard. Because I have options. But after you are no longer able to produce children, um, you are in a dating pool of I ain't trying to get married. I just want to fuck. Good, great. If that's the pool you want to be in. But don't treat our reproductive women because if you men are treating our reproductive women as hosts, I mean, at some point in time, men and women need to take one for the future generations. Take one for Black Pride. I'm not fucking you unless you are about Black Pride. You know, the next 50 years. You're not about immediate gratification. That I fault Black men and women. That at the end of the day, you have to sit up there and look 50 years down the line before you fuck. If you're worrying about Black,
But if you're 20 years old,
if you're 20 years old, are you going to
you're
be
not
selfish
thinking
and
like
say,
that.
again, then you're selfish. You're an idiot.
But
You
you
need to
ain't thinking
stop
about
being.
50 years down the line.
Okay, I can't give you no dap for being an idiot. I can't give you no dap for being an idiot. That either you are, I'm not going to disgrace my parents. I'm not going to disgrace my future. Stop being an idiot. Males and females in the Black community, stop being an idiot. What
So, do
is
you think that Cynthia G message? I think Cynthia G and Umar are just kind of so they just kind of their
they don't
popularity
give a
is like
damn
on the
about the
decline,
future.
and I think
They
they
don't
wanted
give
to
a
just kind of
damn.
argue.
They don't give a damn about the future of the Black community. They care about themselves. They care about their
I
own
agree.
life. But at some point in time, as Black people, we got to sit up there and say, ratchetness must stop. Every Black woman, before you fuck, before you take a seed into your body, think about the Black collective 50 years from now. Is this
I
fuck
mean,
going
Michelle,
to
is that how
benefit?
realistic though? You got to teach people for them to think like that. Like, I'm just trying for this to actually happen. I mean, that's
You have
true
to
what you're
know.
saying, but like you gotta have teachers, people out there actually teaching people. That's what
Well,
preachers is for, and religion and all
mm-mm,
that kind of stuff.
No, no, no. See, you're right, but you jumped over one huge parents. The
You
parents.
did no parents. They are. This is the problem. This is what I'm saying. We gotta look at what's actually happening, like how it. I mean, we can look at statistics and we kind of look at our own judgment too. But there's a lot of the male parents are, incarcerated or having problems, and some of them don't want to be fathers. You got a lot
Yeah,
of
they're trash.
people. The females are in a situation of confusion. A lot of
Mhm.
them, not everybody. Okay, now then we got a lot of decent people. They're there. They're able, but they're running into nut jobs. So
Mhm.
how do you get the decent people to run into each other? And then
Well,
who's going to take the time to start teaching people who could be saved young enough to actually absorb a message of what Nichelle is saying and kind of start, to try to adjust themselves. That's all I'm saying. Like if we just say stuff, but we don't actually want it to happen, we just say it, you know.
well, I mean, but
Okay.
see, let me say this. I think really, the first thing that's going to have to happen is there's going to have to start being some people accepting accountability for their both men and women for their role in what's going on. And as long as we sit here and think, well, like listen to somebody like Cynthia G and oh, well, it's the black man's fault, or listening to I don't know, whoever that's pointing, oh, it's the black woman's fault. Again, I've always maintained this. It's my biggest thing. I feel like as sisters, I respect the fact that I think they're the most loyal women. They're just loyal to the wrong type of men.
I'm gonna say
You,
this. I'm gonna say this that
uh,
in Texas, I can't speak on any other place. I'm licensed in Texas. I can tell you that as of September 1st, every brother that want to sit up there and say, I want 50-50, you can get it. As of September 1st, 2022, you can get 50-50. But if the mama sits up there and says, I sent him over to the house, he don't want to pay child support. Okay, fine. But when I send him over to the house, he can't go out to be with his that from the time that he has a child, he has to have custody of the child. Not his mama, not his girlfriend. He, I can object to any period of possession in which if he don't want to pay child support, he don't have to pay child support. But during the time that if he wants a week, if he wants a weekend, he can't go out. That's what we've had to deal with as women. Why y'all keep telling us that women need to understand we are subject to criminal statutes for child endangerment, child neglect, if we do certain things. Okay. You want it equal? Okay, fine. That when a man
We
want a
only want the
child,
equal and good, not the bad. We want y'all to have all that part.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That at the end of the day, that
Hey,
as as an X generation that now has a child, all my children are over 18. I'm looking at, god damn, I don't want them to choose my future grandchild's father. Cause they some dumbass motherfucking bitches. I have all girls. I felt that
well,
same way with my brothers. None of my brothers have ever had any kids. I was so on their asses that my brothers were like, whatever I had to do, I ain't gonna have no kids
Mm.
because I scared them. I'm like, if you bring in a child with a ratchet motherfucking bitch, you're not gonna have to worry about child support. You gonna have to deal with me.
Right.
And y'all know I will kill your ass. Cause I ain't gonna deal with no ratchet ass motherfucking bitch.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you thinking long term, it's just better to have the kid early. And the thing is, even with the men, we go through the child. If you had to go through child support, which I hear is hell, I'm glad I never had to go through it. But you know, the thing is, like you said earlier, that's actually temporary. If you took care of your business, you had your kids early. You don't have that much money because you're young, so you go through the child support, and but you supposed to be involved in your child's life. There's no court, no law, should never be a law or anything like that has to like get you to force you to be involved with your child. That right there goes
Mhm.
beyond, to me, laws of people. That should just be innate law. That's law of nature, of procreation, of sustenance. And if you don't obey
I'm
that
just,
law, you're gonna suffer. Just like,
I'm just saying, I'm biased. I'm a woman whose husband said that my child rang my ring cam. I didn't want to be bothered with her. So the fact that I saw that she was begging me to come to the door because she had been shot, I was pissed off because she, there's no, I was pissed off because of she. Your child presented at your door cam bleeding. And he said, I didn't want to be bothered with her. So call 911 and say, my child is at the door. I don't want to be bothered.
wow, she didn't see him bleeding.
He
They didn't
saw
open the
her
door.
bleeding. He
Oh,
saw
but
her
he still didn't
bleeding.
want to be bothered.
He said, that was her mama. She chose her mama over me.
Well,
So
see,
I,
yeah,
no.
yeah, those situations. That's why I don't. But I mean, this is what we got to deal with. But that's the only thing I'm saying. If we actually want people to change, like people like Cynthia G, or even BMT, just us talking on the internet and stuff like that. Believe it or not, these are like almost like the new preachers. So they're training the next generation of parents. That's what's happening.
Exactly.
And the thing is,
That,
yeah, y'all, and we be like, that's what, like, when you say, where are the parents? Like, bro, like, say, you dealing with generational, like, multiple crack and all these different mass extinctions of parents here. Either if they're not extinct in the mind or the body, or they're literally gone, dead, or in jail, or just crazy. So you talking
I
about
mean,
where's the parents? It's so many
my
people.
grandfather,
There,
my
there's
biological
so many. Let
grandfather,
me let me finish this point though.
you're right.
There's so many people who need a mama and need a daddy, and that's not to be made light or fun of. This is a fact. There's people who are looking for leadership. They will follow it. Okay, so if you out here teaching people something halfway decent, and you got some kind of presence about you where people listen. Like, I listen to Crimson Cure. She gives decent conversation. That's good stuff. But how many people are duplicating her versus making money with the gender war crap?
Okay, that is that.
Well, I mean, but you know
You're
what? I
right.
mean,
I mean,
I think
I can only talk on. At some point in time, I talk as a lawyer. At some point in time, I talk as a person who dealt with this bullshit. My grandmother was educated in the 1930s when most of the white people couldn't even read and write. My grandmother was product of a father who was college educated. Hello, uh, there were black men and women that got their degrees. There were black people that got their degrees before slavery. That my grandfather, my great 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 grandfather, let's go down the list. My grandmother's grandfather, he he was smart. He ran away from slavery because technically he was not a slave. His father was white. I understand my grandmama. My grandma was like, fuck this shit. I get to choose between a enslaved black man or a free white man. Who am I going to have as my daddy of my kids?
An
I
enslaved black man.
I don't understand that as me as a person. If I had a choice between a white man that was free and a black man, you would have to kill me before I fuck a black man that was a slave.
Well, you be dead.
I'd
somebody,
gladly be,
somebody must have killed you because you turned out black. So somebody been
but
making those kind of
no,
choices for a long time in your family.
but my grandmother chose a white man that said, you know something? I want you as my wife. And he married her. The long and short of it is that the marriage was not legal, but my grandmother was like, fuck this shit. I'm going for the man that can give my kids the best opportunities in life. And after he died, his best friend betrayed that alliance. That I look at next generation. Um, my mother going down the lines. My grandmother, because she was part white, she got to go to Howard and other black universities. She was
Hey,
accepted
side note, Nichelle. Side note, you know you
equally.
got your camera on, Nichelle, right?
I look like shit if I got my camera on.
Yeah, you got your camera on. Just so you know.
Thank you.
I didn't know if you wanted it off or
No,
whatever.
I'm just trying to say that during the thank you, that during the a certain period of our history, our black mothers and fathers had to deal with the fact that we were not equal to white people. It's true. Deal with it. Deal with it. But now you have to deal with, as black men, how do you want your children stop this fight between black men and black women?
But if you don't, now the one thing is, what's your name, man? Because he's talking about accountability.
Michelle,
Because
again,
when you're talking
Keenan.
about
Yeah, Keenan.
accountability of the parents, I mean, if you haven't taught your children nothing, you running behind white people thinking they're the best thing in the world, but you're not going to put any energy inside your own people, your own self to try to build yourself up so that you can challenge that person. That's what's happening to me. That's the problem. You sitting up here trying to follow these people and accepting the fact a so-called fact that these people are better than you, which they are not. They just got the drop on you. They got the
The
drop on
law
you.
is
They
this.
made you stupid.
Okay.
They wiped your memory so you don't know your past. And the laws that they came up with is immoral. So you got enough numbers. If you can make your own laws, people make laws. So I mean, all of that stuff, they're no better than us, except in their knowledge on how to run things. And we
Um,
can learn that.
under under African law, I need
Ain't
a
no
black
African
man.
law. Ain't no
Uh,
African law.
wait, stop,
Hey,
stop. There is a lot of
ain't no
African law.
Listen, African. Listen to that word. That's a continent.
Yes,
There's no
yes,
ruler of
yes,
African. No, there ain't no
yes,
African law. You tell me,
yes.
you show me a thing that says African law. That'd be interesting.
I
I'll
can
say
show
I'm
you
wrong.
that.
Oh my God.
Ghana, Nigeria,
Okay, well, you
they
talking
all
about countries now. Yeah, so that's different than Africa. So,
that
okay.
the long and short of it is, if you're an African man
Every African
under,
man, Ethiopians, Ghanaians, Zimbabweans, South Africans, Moroccans. Come on now.
if you want to sit up there and say that you are not bound by American law, you're bound by African law. Guess what?
African law? There's no African law. What are you talking about?
There is. Every
Well,
No.
country in Africa has an
well, I mean,
African law.
I mean, it's
They
just
have
like
their own
I
law.
mean, technically, I mean, listen to what she said: American law,
Well,
African
say
law.
your
I
name
mean,
again, because I don't see your name. I don't want to just say you or nothing like that. I
Nichelle.
want to say your
Ken,
name. What's your
That
name?
at the
Ken,
Nichelle.
Stanley. Okay.
That
Stanley.
Nichelle.
What? Say that.
That
No, I already know your name, Michelle. I'm trying to hear his name.
Kenneth.
Kenneth. Okay, Kenneth. Okay. All right. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, no, I was no. I mean, she was because she just said American law, and you know, America is technically a continent as well. So not
That's
technically,
right.
America is a continent. So, I mean, I get what she's saying. I mean, you know, she just,
No, but
you
see,
know,
you can't read until she's a lawyer. You know you can't just say African law.
right. I mean, I get it, but I mean,
Come
I get
on,
what she's
man,
saying, man. I mean, I get what she's saying, man. I'm just,
bro.
you know, I get what she's saying. You know, I mean,
I
so
get. I
yeah,
think I get what she
give him.
probably tried to say, but
yeah.
You're
I
yeah,
mean,
putting
but
law
but
in.
I mean,
no,
just
but
you
tell
know,
us,
it's
but
to the
Nichelle, hold on a second, because Kenneth ain't said nothing, man. I wanted to hear what he had to say about the accountability of the parents, because he probably forgot what he was
Okay.
gonna say.
yeah. No, no, I
Because
get it because I mean,
most black men
Dang, Nichelle,
are
let the man
really.
talk a little bit. You told us your history of your
No, I
family.
have
Yeah, I
no
listened to
idea.
your grandmother
I'm
choose
gonna
a
say
white
this
man, and she was gonna choose him over any old enslaved African Negro
plainly
who tried to, come on now,
again,
let
like
this
I
man
said,
talk some.
well,
2,000 years
Come on.
of
you know what I
of
mean. I'm, you know,
2,000
I'm
years
a
they've
listener,
been
so
Hey,
I
hey,
mean,
I'm
it's
about to
time.
get off anyway though, because
Go ahead.
BFT probably at the club
Go ahead.
playing games.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Say what you gotta say.
yeah,
Because
no,
homeboy about to um free out because he don't got anything to say.
no, I do. I'm just trying to respect it, letting you say what you got to say. That's all. So the point is, I'm talking about, like you were talking about pastors, and you know, and I get it. And let's see, the black community to me leans too much on what I would consider outsiders. You know, to an extent, they're outsiders. You can call them, I guess, extended family. You know, and because to me, I see it like this: when you're talking about raising children, to sit here and think that even a pastor or a football coach or a teacher or the police, whoever is going to have the same kind of investment in the children you created is more than you. I mean, we're already dooming ourselves.
Let me ask you a question. Now
Yeah,
think about this. Think about this. Okay, parents are happening. Okay, and there's
right.
people like that are 14 years old, 15 years old. they will be parents. You're
Right.
not. That's like you got a shit and you've been holding it for 5 hours and you tied a belt around your ass. The shit is gonna come. Okay,
Right.
this is nature. All right. So parents, those people, there's a set of people who going to be parents. It don't matter if they're stupid, crazy, crackheads, if they it don't matter what you think, if they're irresponsible or responsible and all that stuff. None of that. They're gonna be parents.
Right.
So who is actually teaching them? Now I'm gonna give you this example. In the 90s, Tupac, Biggie, a lot of rap, Ice Cube, you know, a lot of them taught the parents. Bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks. So bend down there, man, suck the dick, you know what I'm saying? And
Right.
then Juvenile, all of that stuff.
Yeah.
To say I'm in a room with a bitch and I hold on want to like I asked, I'm gonna beat my meat and get that fucking nut for show. They're teaching the parents lessons. So who is actually teaching the parents today? Who is actually teaching the majority? Because these people don't have a lot of these people don't have good parents.
Well,
So that's where
I mean
you get a pastor or a good, that's where those people come in. Outsiders, you might call them.
right, and I get it. But to me, once you start depending on that, you've already lost. That's my
Well, we
point.
already lost. That's the point.
Right, but
So
hold
where
on,
we
but
go
see,
from here? We've
because
been
because I
losing
hear
three
because I
generations.
hear all too often. Hold on, bro. I hear all too often what you said, which is everybody but you didn't even bring up parents when you initially was saying who you felt needed to be taking care of kids. Think about that. You
Yeah,
didn't even
exactly.
mention
Yes,
parents.
I purposely I didn't bring up parents, and notice I didn't even bring them up when you pointed it out, because I'm not even thinking about some of these parents.
Right.
These,
Okay.
it to me is
But you
ludicrous to
but,
expect. To me,
mm,
it's actually ludicrous to expect after the mass, basically destruction of the black family unit since probably the 80s. It's
mm,
on a massive scale. This is like millions of people here. We're not talking about hundreds of thousands. We're talking about millions. Okay,
mm.
in America, of black people. Okay, and you expect to get a good product out of people who ain't even thinking about, like me and you. We're sitting here
Well,
talking. You sit here and you respecting the shell. I can tell you're a respectful person. Somebody
yeah.
taught you something. I can tell it. I can tell. Okay, but
Right.
there's people who they ain't thinking about any of the things that we're talking about here. You
Right.
can't
Well,
pay them to sit here and listen to that.
yeah. Well,
I'm
you know
not
what I mean.
expecting
I
anything from
listen.
those people.
Some people, for me, some people listen for their chance to speak, and I like to listen to what people are speaking, right? So that way I have a hopefully a clear understanding of what they're trying to convey to me. So when we're talking about the situation in the black community, and yeah, I mean, like you said, hey, I think it's natural that we create children. Of course, I'm not combating that, but the raising part, right? What you have alluded to is technically not natural. I mean, it's not natural that when you have both parents alive and kicking, that outside entities are coming in to take care of these people. Now you talked about crackheads and all, still in the black community, that's still a small a minority of black people
Today it
that,
is. Today it is.
well,
Yes.
I mean,
Today.
I mean, I'm almost 50, bro. I'm almost 50. I grew up in Compton.
Right, but
Okay.
today, but
And
now,
so
okay, now you're gonna sit here and pretend like crack wasn't a big deal in the 80s,
no,
and
I did not
okay, well,
say
yeah, that's what I said.
no.
Today
I
it's very
well,
small, but
well, no. Even so, what I'm saying is just like crime, right? Even in I'll tell anybody. I grew up in Compton, right? I mean, I'm a pretty successful businessman. They asked me, oh, asked me about my background. I grew up in Compton. You grew up in Compton? Are you serious? And I'll tell them, listen, even I grew up in Compton in the 80s. 95% the people in Compton just like me, getting up, going to work every day, take care of the kids, da 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 da. It was that small percentage, that 1-2% that was messing it up for everybody, right? And that's all I'm saying about even with the crack era. And it's not nearly as bad today as it was back then. It was. I'm not saying it wasn't. And a lot of bad things happen, but in the grand scheme of things, if we're talking about most parents are not crackheads, they're not strung out on drugs or whatever. I think we lost our way when it comes to our roles as far as men and women. And I think when we're talking about, remember how I introduced this, you have a sister like Cynthia G talking about and this is not just Cynthia G, it's a lot of black women that are talking about what men are not doing, and we're conquered and all this stuff like that. And I think maybe she's taking it to an extreme, but I also understand, and maybe I didn't see it because I grew up around, a lot of black men, and all the black men I knew were married. My father, my mother and my father are still married. My grandpa, well, on my mother's side, my grandfather passed away. Both sides they did, but I mean, both sides they're still I mean, they were married all the way up until both sides passed away. My grandfathers, uncles, everybody I know, they got married. Black people, right? So when I get on the internet, I guess you kind of open up things, and now I'm seeing it. I used to argue with a lot of these black women, like, you don't know what you just saying it. I've heard some horror stories about stuff that sisters tell me that they got to deal with the black men. I'm telling you right now, man, based on what I hear these black men saying, I'm not even talking about the black women right now. Based on what I'm hearing these black men saying, they right. They right.
Yeah, and
Okay.
like I said,
So
yeah, you're
right. So now here's the thing. Here's the thing. And I don't know. This is I guess she's never confirmed it, right? But if it's true that she had a child with a man that has 8 kids by 6 or 7 different women, and she goes online and she's talking about bed bugs and black women need to stay away from bed bugs, and then here she is doing the same thing, then that's what I say. You know, she might be a great mother. She might be supportive, take her kid here, do everything to the mother, and then even trying to step in and do what the father is supposed to do. Right? So now she's trying to do the work of two people. Why? Because she voluntarily got with a dude that was already spread thin. And so when
well.
we're talking,
Also, just for context with
yeah,
that, I mean, like I said, this is like you said, this is her personal situation. We don't know all the
yeah,
details
yeah,
there,
yeah,
but just in general, the way it's being portrayed to the public, which is us, like you said, she talks one way, but she does a different thing. Now that
right,
woman here is teaching hundreds of thousands, and she's getting millions and millions of views. She's been elevated to a platform like Fox Soul.
right,
She's basically a buffoon. And just like you said, she's a single individual. She's not the majority of black people. But
right.
just like when you tell people, oh, I live in Compton, Easy E, Compton, City of Compton, drugs. Oh, no,
Mm-hmm,
that is what is being put on all of us. Okay. And see,
mm-hmm,
and this is my point, that not only is teaching the world of non-blacks how to look at us, but it's also teaching other black people in other places, oh, that's them. And so, it teaches children.
mm-hmm.
This trains people. So this is what I'm saying. Like when we talking about personal responsibility, that's all. I was just kind of challenging that point. When we're
Yeah.
talking about depending on the institution of parents and family,
Mm-hmm,
but we pretend like there's some excuse me, the family unit has not been actually literally devastated, where like you just said, you actually said this,
mm-hmm,
which I agree. You said we've lost our way on being parents. How did that happen? How could it happen if you had parents and they taught you, you seen how they were interacted? It happened because something happened, and we can't pretend like the things that I'm mentioning, like crack or drugs, the other things too. But I'm just saying that was one, because not only does crack, you don't have to just smoke crack, but just living in that neighborhood, it justifies the police to come in there. They can harass you now, and they can put you in jail for this, that, weed, whatever. Anyway, but that doesn't mean you're an evil person. It just means that you got harassed and
Right.
you was taken away from your family for a period of time, and then of course you got the child support situation where you have men. Even conservative came up here saying, what did he say? He said something to me that sounded crazy, talking about I shouldn't have to pay or some crap. But there's
Right.
people out there pushing for financial abortion and silly stuff like this.
Right.
As a man, you, even if you have to deal with the horrible stuff of child support and the unfairness of it,
Mhm.
you being able to get to your child is the most important thing, because that child needs to learn to love you.
That should be
And then
paramount. You're right,
yes,
but it's
and
not.
there, yeah, but that's that. But see now, but because of the child support and all this other stuff, you have fathers making the decision to, I don't want to deal with nothing. This, they don't want to do anything for their family, which justifies them as the enemy, in that their mother or whatever, or somebody is trying to make them to be. And it's just like this. This is how we're losing our way as parents. We don't
Mhm.
understand that there's no law that has to tell you. It's like, look, this is your responsibility. This is a part of you.
Right.
Okay. This is your future. This is you again. This is you happening all over again.
Right.
Okay. So what, we got to take this thing to a spirit. That's why I said it's got to be to a level of spiritualness, of sacredness. And if people just making it about, oh, this much money, or here's $400,000 and this, bro, like,
Well, let me tell you. Yeah, no, I agree with you, but let me tell you where I think we lost the way. Because even with the crack epidemic and all this stuff that at one time, it was illegal for black people to get married. And that's another thing that we fought for to get, right? I mean, at one time, black people could not marry each other,
fact.
right? And if you think, I think it was what, prior to 1960, black people got married at a higher rate than white people did, right? And that's a
That's
fact.
a fact. That's a
Yeah.
fact.
So and that was with, at least from me, and things that I've listened to, like my elders telling me the horror stories and stuff that they had to go through, right? Um, they stuck together. So when I listen to people today, like, I listen to these women, and like you're talking about Kevin Samuels, his name's been brought up a few times, and you hear these women call up and they want men that are making six figures. Like that, for some reason, six figures, is this arbitrary number that's supposed to be the end all be all to what we consider high value men. And, whereas sisters were doing just fine with their husbands way before. And I don't care, oh well, he cheats and he beats me, being, and I'm not saying that's right, because but listen, that has nothing to do with how much money you make or whatever. I mean,
Yeah, a
you can
wealthy
have,
man could beat you too.
right. A wealthy man could beat you, a wealthy man could cheat on you, a wealthy man could do everything that a poor man can do, right? And the cheating would probably be way worse, because I mean, a lot of times men are only as faithful as their option. And if he's that wealthy, or he's uber wealthy, he has a lot of options. So, but the thing is that it was more important. Well, how is it? Could this man be a good father? Could this man be supportive of me, and and protect and provide for my family, not just from a financial basis, because I mean, I always look at Good Times, and James Evans, and even though he struggled financially, I've always felt he was one of the best fathers I've ever seen. you
But
know
I mean, but you see my point right there, though. Now, you had
yeah,
your parents and everything, but
yeah,
okay, so, but the show impacted you. It taught you something. Okay,
yeah.
it gave you an impression. Okay, now just imagine if you didn't even have, like, let's say, parents, or you had, to have a decent example. Now,
Mm.
to me, Good Times was like that show. I knew they were messing with us with that show, because how you singing Good Times with all that bad stuff happening to you? That's so irritating. Yeah,
Right.
I knew they were
Right.
doing something there, making it look like that. And then now you see our people talking about struggle love, or we ain't dealing with the
Mhm.
struggle. Okay, but that's anyway. The point is this. The point is this, and that's why they didn't like Cosby Show,
Mhm.
because it was teaching us good. Like, dude, yeah, people are can this is how some people live. Black people,
Right.
you could
Right.
live like that. Okay, it's just like we need to understand that. To me, once you are aware that this stuff doesn't get better, these certain stuff has to actually be taught. Like, we used to hear, like, oh, love at first sight, and you get married and be happy ever after type stuff. Now, I never believed in that kind of crap, but I'm just saying a lot of women are programmed with that kind of idea. Okay.
Yeah.
And these things don't happen. You just don't get with people. There's a certain thing that needs to be taught. You have to pick the right person. You have to know yourself. There's a lot of stuff that you learn just by osmosis of growing up with a halfway decent household.
Exactly.
Yeah, you don't even know you're being taught, but it's just,
Yep.
yeah. But the
Good
thing is,
gracious.
if you
Yep.
don't
Yep.
grow up with that, there's millions of people not growing up with that.
Mhm.
And they don't know they don't even feel comfortable in the same room with a dude,
Right.
or if they're a woman and then a man. How do you talk? What do we talk about? Because how do we
So it's
they don't know how to deal with basic stuff. That these things had to be taught. But that's what I'm saying. That's where you depend on your supposedly next best institution, which should be your spiritual institutions,
mhm.
because that's where you can get, like, the single woman. Let's say she ain't got a husband, or husband in jail, and or he ain't doing right, yada yada.
Mhm.
Let's go to church, baby. Let's go to church, babies. And she can kind of get involved with the church thing. And but the kid, he can play in the band. He got some friends. Oh man, them two married. Wow, look at that. They ain't even arguing. Now he
Mhm.
looking at other families, or
Mhm.
she looking at other families, like, wow, this is possible. That's
Right.
possible. You see, that's
Yeah.
personal responsibility too. Okay, that building good institutions that push the ideas to people. That let's say you got the homie. I know they have something like that down in LA and stuff, like, where these people go to jail or whatever and they messed up. But
Mhm.
then you got somebody that goes out there and starts some kind of uh, organization to try to get the people who have records, then get them jobs and
Yeah.
stuff like
Yeah.
that. That is personal responsibility too. If you have taken care of yourself halfway decent, and you got your stuff halfway going on, you should be contributing. You should, if you don't start it yourself, you should at least be, like, finding stuff to be contributing to, pushing. That is part pushing the good. That's part of
Yeah.
your personal responsibility as well.
Mhm.
Because
No,
that's all I'm saying. Like,
right,
go ahead.
I got you. Yeah, I got you. But see, to me, or still, what I'm hearing from you is the parents are messed up, so everybody else has to come in,
That's right. Yep,
right?
you're hearing
Okay,
right. And
and
it's
right,
not natural.
right,
It's not the ideal
but see, because
situation.
right, but because I think, and even me coming up, I've heard that so much, we become callous to that mindset. We it seemed like we've accepted that other people have to come in and do somebody else's job. Not a
Yes,
support. See, what you're talking about is a support system.
that's
You're no
right.
longer you're not a support system. If you're coming in and you got to go in and actually do the job of somebody, you're not supporting them. You're actually doing it now. And the
Right.
and the
That's right.
problem and the problem is, as I've seen it, is that what happens is that it's never gonna be the same. It's
No,
just like when you
let me. Okay, so because I'm rolling with you, you hitting it right, but I see you don't, like, you just have a problem with that idea, but you getting it right. So that's exactly what I'm saying.
I have a
We
problem
step
with
in.
it.
The people. Look. I don't. This is how I was taught. This is just me.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, this is my thinking here, and see if this logic is messed up.
Okay.
Okay, it is the duty of the educated, civilized person to teach the uncivilized, uneducated person. Do we literally expect uneducated, uncivilized people
Mm.
to actually do their job?
No.
Okay, so now when they don't do their job, they produce a product. They're going to be parents. They
Mm.
produce a product that it a lot of times, most times, it's dangerous, and
Mm.
it reflects badly on the community. Now we can try to move away from the community. We can try to do all these other stuff that people try to do, but you're still running because guess what? Your image, your options, because your lineage comes from this group of people. We
Mm.
got these common origins, so everybody in the whole planet kind of see us as a thing. Okay,
Mm.
so we get affected by that. I don't care if your kid went to Harvard and nice and everything, but oh, she still looks like a black woman. Let me disrespect her. Okay,
Right.
or this is, see what I'm saying? Or oh, you from Compton? Oh shit, let me hide my shit. You know what I'm saying? You got some
Right.
weed?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
damn, bro.
Yeah.
Whatever. Like, bro, like, okay, so that is what is.
Mm.
Okay. Now
Well.
it's not now what we're doing here, because if we accept the actual what is the fact, then we can more quickly get it to where it should be. Okay. That's how that works, because
Mm.
even during slavery or even after slavery, it was very common for black people to see stray children, and where your parents at? Adopt them. Oh, your mama went crazy. Come live with auntie. Oh, you have a problem down here in Mississippi, in the South. The white man gonna beat you up because you messed around with his daughter. Send that boy up to Chicago. Send him up
Mm.
to Gary, Indiana. Send that girl up to Detroit. That was common. That's a family. That's what
Mm.
people do. That's what successful groups of people do when there's a
Okay. So
problem
then.
like
So
that.
then. And
It
I'm sorry,
so
brother. What's your
what
name?
I'm saying, what I'm trying to tell, what I'm saying in a nutshell, we
Uh.
should accept and embrace that level of personal responsibility. That
Okay. But
is
we. But
right.
and what's your name?
Michael. I'm
Michael.
Mike's. Mhm.
Michael.
Or Super Mike,
The
whatever.
problem as I see it is that we have been doing that.
No,
See,
we
see.
not lately.
Oh,
We have
brother,
not been
yeah,
doing
yeah,
that.
yes, we have. Come on, man. You gotta
No,
be. You
no.
gotta come on.
Okay, give me some example, because I no, I haven't been seeing
What do you mean?
the personal. I haven't
Some
been seeing
examples.
us.
Some
This is
examples
what,
of
and
the
listen what I'm
pastor,
saying. Okay, go ahead. I'm gonna let you talk.
of
Go
the
ahead. Go ahead.
football coach, of the teacher, of grandma, of other people coming in. You're telling me that's not the norm. That the children are being raised by their mother and their father. That's what you're telling me now.
No, I'm telling you that a lot of people, a lot of the most problematic people are raised by super irresponsible parents. I mean, people who literally should not be raising kids. I mean, talking
Well,
about drugs, giving their babies weed and drugs, and
all right.
teaching their
Yeah,
babies to steal out of stores. I'm talking about that. So
yeah,
that
but
I'm
I
talking
know,
about the most
but
problematic
Mike,
kids. Now,
that's that's
then,
extreme.
no, this
That's
is
the
happening.
extreme
I
case.
see this. No,
Well,
I
I see
see
it
this.
too, but I think that's
Okay.
extreme. I mean,
No. I'm just
I'm
saying
not
this
saying
is.
you're wrong.
These are the people that I think we're having the biggest issues with. So but the point is, now grandmama a lot of times will raise a kid. I've seen that, but I don't see it as much
Come on,
like
man.
it should
Yeah,
be.
no, come on, man. Come on. You
Not
gonna
like
sit
it
here and
should
tell me
be.
you don't
I
well,
mean,
I don't
but
know. Maybe I don't know where you live. Maybe you live in, but
no, I mean, I'm
I
living
mean
in the Bay. I'm
statistics.
living in the Bay right now, but I've lived in
Okay.
different. I lived in Atlanta. I
Yeah.
lived, in
All right.
Detroit. I lived in.
Well,
So,
statistics show that 70% of households are. This is census. I don't know why people, are run by single mothers in the black community. And I don't know why
mhm.
people. Oh well, you're talking about married. If you go look at
Single
the
mothers.
census,
Okay.
you look at the census. These women are saying that they are in single households. Okay, don't mean that
Okay.
maybe the father isn't whatever, but the point that you're talking about 70%. right?
Okay.
So the point is this. Well, let's reset it. You have Cynthia G, and even though you look in the chat, you got like sisters like Sugar Bum talking about what black men are not doing, right? And the only point I'm trying to make is I don't necessarily disagree based on what I'm seeing on a broad spectrum from these black men. None of these dudes, none of these black men, there are a lot, especially on the internet. They're all marrying age. They're all like in their 30s, 40s, 50s. You're not married. They have girlfriends or whatever, you know, and they're basically uh 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 they're just they're just fulfilling a cycle, you know, and then somewhere along the line, you know, they're not really, they're with a woman but not really with her, you know, just somebody I want to hang out with, and you know I enjoy having sex with or whatever, and then that woman becomes pregnant,
Exactly.
and right, and then that
Yeah.
woman becomes
Same old.
pregnant,
Yeah.
and now you know the guy impregnated a woman he never wanted to be with or whatever, and you know now you know well I'll do my fiduciary duty and I'll half-ass.
Fiduciary.
You
Yeah.
know, I mean, because yeah, I mean
I
that's
know.
the way
You can.
the way you see it, right? I mean, that's the way they treat it. You know, it's just like you have to do it. You know, it's not something that you. With my children, it was never like it's something I wanted to do. You know, I mean, it's like it's almost like you know, giving a fish, you know, credit for swimming. You know, so the point is that it's something that because you created a child with a woman you never wanted to be with in the first place, you start that child off. It don't mean that child is doomed to fail, but that child is starting off in a dysfunctional situation.
Right.
And so again, I'm listening to these complaints that our sisters are filing about what these men are not no longer want to do and what the men did at one time. And there's a prevailing theme. These men had fathers, not the football coach, not the teacher, not the pastor, not grandparents, grandma. They had fathers, mother and father, right? In a time that is way worse than today. So, and statistically speaking, we haven't really moved the needle. I mean, we moved the needle as far as like I said, certain things we can do, but as far as home ownership and black owned businesses and things like that, that needle hasn't really been moved, you know, especially when,
It's
you know,
moved backwards actually, though.
well,
Since
exactly
if
right.
you're
If you
talking
can say,
about
yeah,
if you're
right,
talking about if you're talking about business
right.
and
It's
stuff,
right, right. It's moved. I think I read yesterday that only 2% of businesses are black owned, just 2% in the United
yeah,
States. That's
that we
bad.
receive 2% of the income.
Right.
Yeah,
So
I think
so
that's
the
what I
point
heard.
is when she's saying it, you know, I don't disagree with it. But like, okay, well, why is that? Don't just sit here and see. Because see, the problem as I see it is now our sisters are looking at these men and saying, well, you should just do it. But if these men were never taught, right, and they're
Okay,
not.
so now you moving around to where I'm at, and that's what I was trying to say before. We
Mhm.
have. I'm just saying when we get to the solution phase of these things, because I mean, I have no problem with identifying the problems, and we do that good, and we should
Yeah.
continue to identify the problems verbally. That's what the
Right.
people say. Talking does nothing. No, it does, because
It does.
it allows people to hear and
Hmm.
go back and forth a little bit, but then after that you got something to think about a little bit, but then it moves more people to the solution phase. That's what happens, because when
Right.
people talks, and then people get tired of hearing the talking, and then now you're in the solution mode. That's where we want people to be. Okay, but when you get into that solution mode, the bonehead solutions that somebody like a Cynthia G puts out is so stupid, it's so destructive. These are the bone. I mean, wow. Kill your
Yeah.
kids, kill all the
Mhm.
boy babies.
Right.
Stupid stuff. And
Right.
oh, this what you do. Go get a white man, or
Hmm.
go get a
Yeah.
different
Don't mess with black
man.
men,
Like
and yeah.
literally, you're gonna tell half the okay, let's say it's 50% men, and I don't know if it's this exactly, but Half
Yeah.
of Black America is men, half is women. You can tell half the women. Who gonna take 20 million, 25 million women? Some other
Well,
race besides their own group of
right.
people.
Well, I mean,
It's not
see,
enough
that's
of
the
nobody else to do that. They're not gonna do
of
that.
course, because see what happened, and I've had this conversation with women that divestors, and I tell them, well, even if you're going to go move over to somewhere else and she's not messing with black men, guess what? You got to compete with their women.
And
You
they
know?
cutthroat. Yeah, you're not. That's not how that thing works. That's the reason why you came out looking the way you did, because somebody in your past been making these type of decisions.
Right,
Okay, they've been deciding this, and that's
right,
why you look like you look. And the thing
right.
is, those folks been deciding their way, so they have a bias. And I'm just saying, it happens. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna have these mixed people, miscegenation and stuff like that. But when that number starts getting too high, there's going to be a vitriolic response
Hmm.
in the group.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
you're not
I
going.
think I think we're seeing it on both sides. And I mean, even when we're talking about the men, I mean, to me, I just think it's too much finger pointing, and not enough. You know what? I told one of my buddies, I said, to me, right? I think the issue is the men want traditional women, but they want to be modern, and the women want traditional men, but they want to be modern, right? And
Mm,
unfortunately, that recipe that's like oil and water. You can't mix that. You just can't mix it. You can't want to be modern, but want your mate to be traditional. You know,
right.
and
Another
what
issue I see too,
what's
this
that?
is a big issue, especially with black people.
Huh?
Where
Mhm.
I think, because I don't speak no other language besides English, so I
Huh?
can't listen to chats in other languages. But
Mhm.
I think that we're probably the only group of people who literally look at the men and the women as different things, different peoples.
Right,
You
different
know,
group. Yeah,
like
yeah,
everybody else says, let's say the Europeans, that you're talking about the men and women. That's they are a
right,
community. You
right.
know, like the Chinese, that's all of them. You know, or
Yeah,
Indian types
right,
or East Indian stuff. But here, well, black men do this. Oh, black women did it. Like y'all, black people. See, y'all,
right.
you once somebody split y'all up and make you now, I could teach you something crazy and different
Hmm.
that's gonna combat with this guy and
Hmm.
with what your man like dude, like you're supposed to teach complementary things,
Hmm.
not
Hmm.
combative stuff to people.
And that I agree with you. And in that aspect, I do blame the government because I think the government has gone through great pains to try to drive a wedge between black men and black women. I mean,
There's a
even when we
lot
talk,
of money in it, and like
well, of
Nichelle
course,
and
right,
y'all was talking
right,
about a little bit earlier.
yeah,
I mean, just imagine how much money that is. How much money you spend with the divorce and the house, and then the
hmm,
child support I get to dip in this man's check every week. How does imagine? Just imagine how, like, because I know the woman don't get all that money.
hmm,
Like that they be taking probably fees and stuff. Just imagine how they depend on that money.
right,
Like,
right.
you know how
Well,
many thousands
I
and
mean, just
thousands of
think,
guys are working?
yeah, well, just even from a generational wealth standpoint, I mean, when you have a man that basically has to split his income between two families, I mean, that
Yeah.
he's spread thin, and that
See,
affects his ability to create generational wealth.
right, and not only that, but it felt his mental stability. So that's
Right,
where the guy
absolutely,
is doing
absolutely.
crazy stuff. He's so angry
Hmm.
at this chick. He angry at himself sometimes for messing with her. But
Right,
he don't, and then it just forms and it Dragon Balls to the children. That poison spills down the generation. Now,
right. Well, see, that's like
see,
what I was. Oh, go ahead.
no, I'm just saying. I'm just looking. That's all I'm saying. Like when we start getting into the solution stage,
Mm,
this stuff has to be taught.
mm,
And certain stuff is being taught. But I'm just
mm,
saying, like, there's good being taught out there, but there's bad being taught out there.
mm,
And I'm saying that, you know, when we get into, as long as we, to me,
Somebody
I
got to
don't
teach
care. I just want to get the thing to where more people are learning the right way. I
them.
don't
Right.
care if
Somebody
the
got to teach
grandmama got
them.
to raise them, if auntie, I don't care.
Right.
I don't want
Well,
people smoking
and I,
drugs in front of their
yeah,
kids.
right.
I don't want people teaching it. I'm walking several. It's kind of embarrassing as a black man. I'm walking in the store and I see this dude got two of his children teaching them how to steal out the store. I'm like,
Yeah, that's
man,
crazy.
really? This is
Yeah,
a black man. Like,
right.
bro, come on
Well,
now.
yeah, but you know what? I mean, and I see what you're saying. You know, it's I guess it's kind of like it's
I
desperation now.
need these people to learn the right way. I don't care.
Right.
I
It don't
don't
matter who.
care.
It don't matter who teach them. As long as they
Yeah,
learn it
and
the right
if
way.
it's
And I
grandmama,
understand that.
mama, the church,
I think
because
I
this
think my
parent is
point.
messed up.
I think my point is this. Okay, you're gonna treat your car, your house, right, your clothes better than you would mine. It doesn't mean that you're gonna. If I let you drive my car, you're gonna get in and you're gonna, stick holes in the seats and all that stuff like that or whatever. I'm not saying you're gonna do that,
Hmm.
but you're not gonna have like I try to tell people when it comes to owning a home. When you're renting a home, you're not gonna treat it the same
Right.
as if
That's
you
facts.
own it, right?
Yeah.
Even though you're not gonna you don't intentionally dog it out, like even my kids, you know, I don't like my kids driving my car, right?
Right.
Okay. Oh, Dad, I'm not gonna mess it up. I'm not gonna get in an accident. And I said, wait. I said, think about what you just said. Because, I mean, come on.
It's
That's
an
just basically you
accident.
telling me if you get into an accident, if you do it, means because you intentionally meant to do it, right? And so the point is this. Again, I get what you're saying. There's a desperate time. Somebody got to do it. Whoever it is, just somebody got to do it. And I would be
Yeah.
okay with it, but unfortunately, at least from my viewpoint, those people that quote have
Hello? Oh. Oh, maybe you cut out.
to,
You
it's
cut.
basically like Shahrazad
Okay.
Ali says,
You
to
had cut
maintain them.
out. Yeah, cut out.
You
You
know,
just came
you
back
can,
in.
you can,
You just came back in.
oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just when
Okay,
you
well, yeah,
said
I
those
was,
people from your
yeah.
vantage point, those people who had, and then you kind of cut out.
Oh yeah, from I guess from the people from my vantage point, the way I see it, and I hate to use the word half-assed, but they're
Hmm.
not as invested when it's somebody else's child. When it's somebody else's child and they have to do it. I mean, yeah, you have them doing it, but it's like it's not gonna be the same. Like going back to
And
like I
that's
said,
true. And that's a
it's
fact.
not gonna be the
Stepchild is a
same,
motherless child. Yeah, those
right?
type of
And
you're right. You're facts
yeah,
on that.
and like Sherazad Ali said, we don't raise our kids in the black community. We don't raise our kids. We maintain them. It means
See? Yeah.
we clothe them, give them food, take them to school.
Right.
Right? You don't really sit down and teach them about pertinent things. Like again, I was talking about. I'll give you a prime example: the Civil War,
Hmm.
right? And we're taught in school that the white Northerners, the Civil War is fought for slavery. I will debate anybody on this, but we're taught that the Civil War is fought for slavery, and the white Northerners had to come down and fight the white Southerners to free the blacks. That's what we're taught in school, right? I remember because I went to a predominantly white school,
Right.
and I
Right.
remember hearing that, and like one or two black people in the class. Everybody looking at me like, man, y'all, they looking at me like, man, you guys fucked up. Like, our people that come down to save you, like, damn, you know. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's fucked up. Like, like, and you wonder how come we have this. Sometimes, like, you wonder how come we have this aura about white people that they're just superior to us. So I went home and I was talking to my dad about it. He said, well, that's not necessary. That's not true. What do you mean it's not true? That's the teacher told us. I said, no, no, no. Right? He said, well, he said, you know, the whole idea behind slavery was, I'm not gonna go into that whole spiel. The fact of the matter is, the North didn't care about the slaves. They just didn't want the South to succeed. There was something called, I think it was called the Corrin Amendment. It was the original 13th Amendment. I don't know if you're familiar with it. The people, I don't know if anybody's still listening. Look it up. It's called the Corrin Amendment. It was ratified by the House of Representatives. Basically, it said that slavery was never to be abolished.
Right.
Any state that wanted to have slavery could have it. Just don't leave.
Mm.
That's literally, I think it was called the Corrin Amendment, right?
And really,
So,
slavery has not been abolished. It's just
right,
been
and it hasn't. Right,
it
it
has
hasn't.
been limited. It just
Right,
be
right,
reclassified as prison work and
right,
stuff like that.
right, exactly. And so but the point is that if we're taught that a group of people had to come down and save us because we couldn't do it ourselves, that gives you a sense of inferiority, and it gives them a sense of superiority.
Well,
Yeah.
and it's true. You're factual, but the thing is, we're going to have to get out of that because we won't be able to survive. And I mean, a lot of people have been
Breaking
taught
up.
what you're basically the
Said
point
talk
that you
what?
were making, that
Well,
we can solve problems ourselves for ourselves.
mm,
Uh, but if we don't actually have to do it, if it's just something that would be good to do,
mm,
then it's just like, okay, some people may do it, but most people are just going to keep
mm,
depending on the system.
yeah.
No,
But
no, no.
if we look at it in Louisiana, and this is probably going to be the last comment because I'm noticing now that everybody's pretty much gone. We both of us are on the West Coast, so we're probably
Yeah,
a
yeah,
little
yeah.
later.
No,
But and
yeah.
they
I
probably
got a
like
better
two
day
and
right
one in
now.
the morning and stuff. But
I
but
think
Mhm.
make
but I'm
an
just saying, like if you look at what's happening in Mississippi with the water, or like in Flint or something like that, and they need those white people who don't want to give them the
Right.
solution. Talking about
Mhm.
take a shower with your mouth closed. But if they gotta stop, if we need their money to solve the problem, then they're going to make you negotiate. They don't care about the lives of your 200, 400, almost three, whatever thousands of people.
Right.
They don't
Yeah.
care because it's
Well,
not
I
their
mean,
people.
but we were like, and then again, you're right. It's getting late, but because I'm on the West Coast, but I'm just gonna
Mhm.
say this. I'll let you say what you gotta say. And we can end it. But you know, at one time, black people weren't so anxious to be around white people. Even when they asked them, that whole before the 40 acres and mule thing, they said, well, hey, what do you guys want? You guys want to
Yeah,
y'all want to be amongst us, hang out with us, and or you guys want to go into yourself. And they all the black people then said, man, we want to be ourselves, you know.
exactly.
And I think that's really the problem, is that because the way they say history is his story,
Hmm.
right? So you got a certain the winner is always able to tell how it goes. If you and
Yeah,
I
his
get into a
narrative.
fight, right? It's his narrative. If you and I get into a fight, right,
Hmm.
and you might beat my ass, right, but
Hmm.
if my face might look like a piece of meat, right? If you're not around and somebody says, they can't who won, I mean, I kicked his ass, right?
Right.
And I mean, if I'm the only one telling the story and you're somewhere else living your best life, then who's there to challenge it?
Slavery existed. Let's go back. Somebody wrote in the comments, slavery didn't exist at all. Yeah, that's not what we
No,
said.
that's not. No.
That's
Yeah,
not what we
slavery
said. That's
most
not what we
definitely
said.
existed.
But
Yeah.
keep go, keep going, keep going.
You see that's what I'm saying. The brother
Yeah,
said, he said, what the hell is a Corrin Amendment? Look it up. That's what I'm saying.
yeah.
See,
That's just stuff
yeah,
we
that
gotta
stuff
look
is
up.
never taught. That stuff
Yeah,
is
yeah.
never taught.
But it's showing too. But we're able to talk. That's another thing. But we're able to teach it. That's showing that we are able
Hold on,
now to shape the narrative.
let me see if I
So
can. let me see if I can put it up real quick. Hold on.
Mhm.
Let me see if I can pull it up real quick. Corrin, yeah, here it is. Corrin Amendment. Let's see. The Corrin Amendment was a proposed amendment to the United States Constitution that was never adopted. It was ratified by the House, though. Um, it would shield domestic institutions of the states from federal constitution amendment process. Hold on. Hold on. What did the Corbin Amendment say? This is what it says. It says, no, this is the text of the Corbin Amendment. No amendment shall be made to the Constitution which will authorize or give Congress the power to abolish or interfere within any state with the domestic institutions thereof, including that persons held to labor or service by the laws of said state.
Hmm.
Okay, so basically, in a nutshell, it said the federal government cannot, they can't even go back and change it. By law, they will not be able. This is you remember the federal government is the home is up in DC, up in the north,
Mhm.
right? And
Right.
they drew up a law. Corin drew up a law, an amendment to the 13th Amendment that says the federal government would not interfere with any slaves, with states that want slavery. Okay, look it up. It's called CORWIN. Okay, so
Yeah.
the whole
The
but the
thing
whole
is too,
point,
though. Oh, go
yeah.
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. What is the
No,
point?
what are you
Yeah.
gonna say?
No, no. I was just saying, like, the thing is, you know, what's happening to me in a nutshell.
Mm-hmm.
And just because, like I said, I put my channel in the back chat. I got a little YouTube channel too.
Okay,
Sometimes we have conversations. You can check it out. But
yeah, well,
yeah. But the thing is
Superman.
though, yeah, yeah. In a nutshell, I think that with the Cynthia G, with the gender war, I like me myself, and even BMT. We knew that it was just a money grab for some of these people. Everything is about money.
Hello,
Cynthia G used to talk about white supremacy.
I remember.
Yeah, and she's very good at it actually. But I
Yeah,
guess she wasn't growing fast enough, and I guess some people, when sometimes people get insulted, they can't take an insult, and so they respond back, and then it becomes this little vitriolic thing, and now everybody's dead.
mm,
Everybody's evil, or all men are this or that or whatever. So that's
right.
what happened with her, and so she just began talking about men now, black men. And so
Yeah,
now the thing is, but with Umar, we know that he talks very good, actually excellent. His vocal and his logic is very good, but he's just not a very good executor. And so I
you're
think
not Super Mike
2164, yeah,
2164. Okay, hold on.
yeah,
Did I
that's me.
type it? No, I saw Super Mike J360. Super Mike
No,
two
two
one
one six four.
2164. All right, go. I'm sorry,
Yeah,
brother.
no problem, no problem. No,
Yeah,
but the thing is, I think both of them they've been losing steam.
there.
Really ain't nobody been, the divestment movement. Cynthia, she got a big push from that. A
Mm,
lot of the people, those type of people liked what she was saying. But that kind
right.
of ideology is getting, it's going to the history bin of garbage, which
Yeah,
eventually it had to, just
yeah,
logically.
yeah.
And
Right.
so I think she just, kind of got with trying to spark it up with Umar, which,
I, yeah, you
yeah.
know what? I think when I first came on, I said this. I said, and I think it's another problem. We our leaders, the people that we pick, is to basically be our mouthpieces. I mean, for not all women,
Mhm.
there's no reason for Cynthia G to be representing black women. No reason. And I'm going to be honest with you. Even Umar Johnson, there's no reason for Umar Johnson. I'm not saying he should be representing black people. He's very
Mhm.
knowledgeable man, right? But with his sordid history, and
Right.
I keep saying this, and I'm, okay. Again, I was talking to my father, right?
Mhm.
And we were talking about baseball, and we're talking about Jackie Robinson, and he would tell me, he said, Jackie Robinson he was nowhere near the best black baseball player at the time,
Mm.
right? He was nowhere near Satchel Paige and all these other guys that he said
Mhm.
would have ran rings around Jackie Robinson. But Jackie Robinson was the most polished. He
Right.
was the most prepared to deal with the rigors of going through that racial gauntlet that he was going to have to go through to play with the Dodgers. Rosa
Right.
Parks. Rosa Parks was not the first woman to
Facts.
not want to get up and all that stuff like that, right? But she was the perfect woman to put front and center because she was a hardworking woman, you
That
know.
tells us about the narrative, how
Right.
important the narrative, how important image is.
Exactly. And so the thing is, but what does it say for us that, you know, I mean, I used to follow, I've donated to Umar Johnson. I was really pulling for him to open up that school, and you
Well,
know, don't think that's
that
going to
was
happen.
good. I
Yeah.
think I think I donated to it too, because it's good because guess what? Him
Mm.
being such see, this is what I'm saying, like the power of words, right? Look,
Yeah.
when you can talk that good game, that is
Mhm.
necessary. That's why I want people to talk a good game. Just talk.
Yeah, he got a
Now,
mouthpiece. He do. He can talk.
that's good because what happens is if we notice the cycle, people start
Mhm.
talking, all the solutions and talking. We need to be doing this. We should be doing this. Okay, you talk that good game. It's like you turning on the stove. You're starting to heat that water up. It ain't doing
Mhm.
nothing. As soon as you turned it on, it didn't do anything. But you keep talking. It's going. People start. Well, we need to go ahead and do it. That now they want to move. Now you're getting a group of people who want some action,
Right.
which is
Right.
where we need the community to be at.
Mhm.
Okay, but it doesn't. That action phase cannot come without the talking phase first, and
Right.
so that's why I said. So when he failed at his school, what happens is there was people still wanting that school. So well, this man ain't doing it. We got X for Boys. I don't know if you've seen that down there in
No.
Albany, Georgia,
Uh-uh.
with yeah, a young brother did that. 21 years old. 20. Well,
Oh,
he
I think I did hear about that.
yeah
Yeah. And
yeah
wasn't he
X for
going at
Boys.
it with Roland Martin? Was that him?
Yeah, Roland Martin. Yeah, he was. Roland Martin was going at him with him because
Mhm.
Roland Martin was talking about some mess with some this boy ain't educated enough to do this or whatever.
Mhm. Okay.
The point is he was inspired probably by Umar Johnson, and of
Mhm.
course he had some. He was on that track in the first place. But then other people started schools, so the schools are happening from people who
Right.
are action minded. And people try to get him to go after Umar or whatever, but Umar visited him, and he would not take the bait, and he didn't go after Umar because that's not his thing. He's just trying to educate. But the point is, that's where our community, when you talk, the talkers have to talk. But we
Mhm.
get to the solution phase, then people start to do some stuff. Some people make the stupid mistake, the actions, but we get a group who make the right decisions. And stuff doesn't have to be 100% perfect, but I just want our community in solution phase so
Yeah.
that we start to try stuff. Let's say me and you disagreed on a thing,
Mhm.
but I'm ready to try my way and you tried your way. Both
Mhm.
ways might work, different results a little bit. Maybe
Mhm.
one way doesn't, maybe the other one does. You know,
Right. Right.
so that's how
Yeah.
it works. And
Yeah.
that's kind of how just as long as we doing something and being active, we're pushing that needle. That's why I say
Mhm.
now the thing is, we do have to realize that we have an opposition, and a lot of times our problem is too that the opposition, we don't want to say that they the opposition because we feel that there's hate or something. But I
Yeah.
mean, it's a capitalist society, and people make money off of our you know
Okay.
yeah, they make money off of our suffering. And so once you
Yeah.
find out who's making money off of your suffering, I mean, damn, they're gonna try. They don't want to lose that money. They don't want to lose
Right.
that income stream. So yeah, they're gonna do things to try to get you. So
Yeah.
I mean,
And
you know
keep you
what?
there.
Yeah, right, keep you there. But guess what, y'all? This was a good conversation. I
Yep.
didn't hear BMT too much. He at the club working probably, but
Yeah, man.
but I'm
Hey,
gonna get up
I
out of
subscribe
here
to you.
because I got to
I
go
was
to
actually
work and
looking.
stuff.
Yeah, I was looking at some of your titles, man. You got some good things going on. I might have to listen to you, man. But hey,
Yeah,
it was
yeah, you
nice
can check out
nice
some of
talking
that
to you, bro.
stuff. Yeah, yeah, you do your thing, bro. Yeah, and yeah, I just got a little small channel, and I do my little things here and there. But
Hey,
yeah, yeah,
everybody
maybe when
starts
we
off
get
small,
some
man.
conversations, and then maybe you come up and we can chop it up.
Yeah, yeah. I look forward
All
to it.
right, kid.
All right, brother. You have a nice night,
All
man.
right, you peace out, peace out.
All right.